This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you'd like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. On with the show, Jordan.
On with the show.
The show we are on with. We are on with the Spur of the Moment podcast, everybody. Welcome. It's another episode. It's a new episode of the Spur of the Moment podcast. We've done well over 100 of these now. I've lost count. There's too many. I'm Justin. I'm Justin Spurr. The show's Spur of the Moment. That's where the name comes from. I'm joined as always by several hockey sticks stood together end to end across the length of a hockey arena. Yeah, he's several pastries baked together into a super pastry. He's the incomparable Jordan, everybody. He's not making any sounds and he's dancing.
I was making sounds. I was making hissing sounds.
Oh, we heard no hissing sounds. We just heard
Oh,
nothing, and I saw you go
yeah, you did.
for
Because I'm incomparable.
the audience. I just smiled like a dopey idiot and
Jazz
did some
handed.
jazz hands. That's for the Spotify audience. Anyway, on today's show. So before we
It's
I
gonna be
think,
one of those
yeah,
days.
it's gonna be one of those days. I had a Monster. I am full of pep. Um, don't drink Monster, by the way. It's bad for you. On today's show, uh, we got news. We got trailers. We got Robert Pattinson as Chris Hansen. We got X-Men. We got The Simpsons. We got the Nicolas Cage's son's name is Kal-El, but he claims it's not named after Superman. He's full of shit. Other things, and then it's nature and whatnot. Animals attacking, not attacking, nature coming to attack us, and what have you. But first, a little bit of hashtag comment response as we respond to some comments. Um, my new favorite commenter. I will take the time. I will take the time to say their name because I don't like to say names in case people are worried about privacy. But Dax Bashir 6232 has left a number of comments on our videos, and I always enjoy their comments because they're funny. The one on our video, Maximum Overdrive is a literal cocaine fever dream. They commented, minimal underdrive. It's funny. It's funny. It's a funny joke. I laughed. I laughed audibly when I heard it. And then on a previous video, um, they had said they could not answer the question about Christie, um, and so I said if that movie has images of domestic violence, I find that triggering, and they responded with, I participate in it all the time. I'm paraphrasing, and I said I'm kidding. That was a joke, and I said dark joke. You'll fit right in.
Yeah, yeah.
You'll fit just right. And then two people said that just an objectively incorrect opinion that Mortal Kombat 2 is the worst Mortal Kombat movie. They're wrong. Objectively wrong. Like just objectively, you're all incorrect. That's still pretty handily Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
I mean, whether you want to argue if it's the best or not, it's definitely not the
It's
worst.
not
There are so many bad ones.
right. It's not the worst. The person left a dissertation, which like, hey man, that a lot of their points were fair. I'm gonna read it. It's gonna be a minute. Bear with me. The Carl Urban movie is a complete disgrace. The scenery looks like the film's budget was not $80 million, but $24 million. Dull lines, no sense of scale. Shao Kahn is now strong, not because he is strong, but because he has Chinook's medallion. Everyone forgets about the lasso, but Johnny Cage somehow activated it. The fight between Sandela and Sonya is not a fight, but a shootout. The film is rushing somewhere. The final battle takes place in some back alley rather than in a large arena. Shao Kahn is sent to different places like an ordinary fighter. Johnny Cage, for some reason, didn't hit his head when he fell after his fight with Katana. Quan Chi is no longer a formidable sorcerer, but an old woman in makeup. Chinook's medallion cannot be destroyed, but Johnny easily destroys it. Johnny Cage is a pseudonym, but the director doesn't know about it. And in general, the film is full of all sorts of idiocy. If I had written all the idiocy in the film, the mistakes and the blunders of the scene, then the day would not be enough. So the old sequel failed miserably is better. And I went,
Okay.
those all feel like fair and valid points.
I mean, sure, but the thing, that's where I say you're comparing it to however many other movies. Now take every criticism you have for this one, and
Right?
for me, the ones for the other movies were worse.
I want to
Like I'm
try
not,
something.
again, I'm not saying necessarily this is like the best one.
This is
That sure as shit can be argued,
right.
but it's certainly better than some of the worst
I
ones.
just I need to experiment with something because that echoing is driving me crazy and it makes our video sound bad. So I just want to try one thing and then I promise we will get back to the show. Um, bear with me.
Right after these moments. Yeah, I can hear you. Test, 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 test.
Let's turn down my mic. Is it because my mic is too high? If I turn down my mic a bit. I don't know. I don't know why it's doing that. That's weird. I cannot figure it out.
Test, test,
I'll have to.
test,
Let's
test.
just make sure my sound's back. Let's make sure I'm back before we move on.
Test, test, test,
I know
test,
this is a bad moment
test.
to test this, but I can hear it. Like for whatever reason, whenever I do the intro, there's an. If I turn down my mic a bit. I don't know. I don't know why it's doing that. That's weird. I cannot figure it out. But it only does it sometimes, and I notice it when I'm editing videos where randomly there's this weird echo, and I cannot figure out what it is. But whatever, we're just gonna have to deal with it. It's very distracting. Moving right along. More comments.
Might be a setting on your mic or something.
I don't know. It can't be. I've flicked through all the settings on the mic. Oh yeah, someone said "Death to Smoochie." He says, comment, I'm not even kidding. That movie is phenomenal and is akin to modern Shakespeare. Ooh, that feels bold. Um, and then finally, from the Gone with 60 Seconds, people said it's a great movie and Cage is brilliant in it, which didn't really sound like it, but anyway. Um, and this person left a comment, which is true. This is a true fact. I don't know if this is in that window of time though, but he says, yeah, but I think this is in that period of time when Nicolas Cage found out his agent or financial advisor was basically pocketing his money and lying to him, and he had no money for like 5 years, 5 or 10 years. So he took like everything he could, and that is true. That is a true fact. That did happen.
Hmm.
He went through a period of time where like if you see like oh Nicolas Cage is in this random straight to DVD movie randomly for that's why that happened. That's when he bought a pyramid and he blew a bunch of money and he would do like literally anything as long as it paid a decent amount. And he did a lot of really shit straight to DVD videos, just like a lot.
Interesting.
Yeah,
That's why he was everywhere.
pretty well. Yeah. It's from like 2008 to like 2012. There was a movie he did that was kind of like Nicolas Cage is back. He's doing good movies again, which is why it's kind of funny that people are treating him with this weird reverence when it comes to the Spider-Man show that looks bad. Um, but anyway, on to the news. See, it makes me wonder if that's maybe Zoom that's doing that, because Zoom always seems to cut out sounds. Maybe if I
It might be a setting in Zoom.
what if I do that? Then maybe it'll stop that. Noise removal default. Original sound for musicians. Test speaker microphones. What if I do that?
Yeah, reminds me. Did I?
Anyway, sorry. News. Yes. Let's start off with Jordan. Let us begin. Let's begin in the place we always begin. The beginning. No, I have to tell you before we jump into this. The site that I normally pull news stories from was glitched to fuck this week for some reason. And so when I went to pull stories, I'm going through them and there's stories from like last week that are going by that we did, And it's like, this was up 19 hours ago. And I was like, that's weird. So I didn't have anything. Like, I couldn't find anything. And then all of a sudden today, their website fixed itself. And so I have extra stories. So we may be cutting shit. We will see. Let's
That's
start
fair.
off with, I sent Jordan a trailer for the movie about, for whatever reason. This was a movie that made me go, what? Like, what?
The Chris Hansen one.
Yeah, the To Catch a Predator movie. Who's asking for this? Who's
Is
asking
it
for
a
it?
is it a To Catch a Predator, or is it just Chris Hansen in general? Because he did a lot of things for that channel, like not just To Catch a Predator.
I think it's specifically To Catch a Predator because
Because he was like the Fifth Estate guy too.
Fifth Estate is CBC. You're thinking Dateline, but yes, to be fair, To Catch a Predator is part of Dateline, but he was the primary host for. I surmise.
I'm pretty sure this is because at one point in the trailer, I seem to remember they say something about the Fifth Estate.
The Fifth Estate is the name for the news media. That's where the name for the show comes from. So the Fifth Estate is the media. That's where the name comes from. But the actual show, the Fifth Estate, is specifically Canadian and the CBC. He was on a show called Dateline, which is what To Catch a Predator is. To my knowledge, To Catch a Predator was never actually its own show.
I guess I'd have to rewatch the trailer then. I guess I'm confused.
Well, they did use the term the Fifth Estate, but the Fifth Estate is a term for the news media. So there's the first four estates, which I don't remember what the first four estates are, but the Fifth Estate is the media. That's where the term comes from. So you likely did hear them use the term Fifth Estate. I don't know why I'm reiterating this point, but you definitely did hear that. You didn't mishear the term Fifth Estate. It's just that they weren't referring to the show. They were referring to it. So I'm guessing if I didn't pay attention to the dialogue of it, but I'm guessing he's saying we're a major facet of the Fifth Estate. Probably he said something to that effect.
Yeah, something maybe like that. I don't remember. I
But,
only
like,
watched the trailer once.
back-
It was like
back-
30 seconds.
Back to the point. Yeah, who's asking
I
for
just-
this? Yeah,
who- yeah,
Dateline. He was on the show Dateline. I believe To Catch a Predator was a segment on Dateline. Like, it wasn't its own show, to my knowledge. I could be wrong about that.
I don't know. I never watched it, so I wouldn't know.
Really? How could you not? Dateline was phenomenal. Or To Catch a Predator was always, I hate the word amusing, but it was always entertaining at the very least. I mean, really, Jordan.
Just don't think I was the right age at the
He's-
time.
Really, Jordan. He's really just got to nail one thing. He's got to be able to say, and they didn't have this in the trailer. He's got to be able to say, "You gotta why don't you have a seat?" You know, they specifically.
I guess my thing is I'm just like, so I watched what you sent me and I was like,
This seems weirdly
what is
sinister.
more just so what is this? Like what are we doing? Is it like where we're gonna go through and watch him do a bunch of different ones? Is it like a Jackass the movie where it's essentially
Oh,
the
no,
real
it's-
thing, but like in a bigger,
It's
or
a,
is
it's
it
a
a
biopic
narrative?
about.
Like,
It's a biopic about Chris Hansen and Robert
Okay.
Robert Pattinson and his time at Dateline NBC, and or the time surrounding it. And yeah, he is Chris Hansen. Robert Pattinson is playing Chris Hansen. Number one, very strange. Number two, you'll notice he doesn't say, "Why don't you have a seat?" in the trailer. Why don't you have a seat, Jordan? Why don't you have a seat?
no.
I feel like he's got to nail that one line. He's got to nail. Why don't you have a seat?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have strong feelings about this one. I have to be honest.
I'm just I don't who is like, you know what? It's funny because I saw that Chris Hansen came out and like he felt weird about it from the vibe I got, but like the trailer number one makes not only does it make Chris Hansen look weird and sinister, but it makes Dateline look weird and sinister. Which, like, to be fair, there's a reason why it ended and it was bad. It was like, I know everyone has this cultural understanding that, hey, they were catching pedophiles, but like Dateline wasn't all good. It was a lot bad, and they did a lot of like to my knowledge, the reason why that show ended was because they like entrapped some guy and he hurt himself. He ended up hurting himself and he wasn't guilty. Something to that effect. It was something like it ended in a lawsuit, and that's why they ended it.
Yeah,
That
that doesn't shock me.
People have way more of a cultural memory of it, like than they apparently they didn't make a ton. They only made like they didn't make a lot of them, but people have way more of a cultural memory of them than they think there. It's one of those things where they think there's more of them than there are for some reason. But yeah, it's just that for
Well,
me
they think there's more than there are because this probably inspired a lot of the people that would then go on to do
to
YouTube related things.
probably you're probably not wrong. But yeah, more than anything, yeah, this trailer makes Chris Hansen look like a weird creep. It's very strange. It's a very strange trailer.
It's sinister.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, sinister. Yeah, it's so weird and sinister for a show that like I guess kind of was weird and sinister in a way, a little bit, but not to the
Yeah.
degree that maybe this trailer would make it out to be. Anyway, um, Jordan, I sent you a trailer for the Simpsons episode only so we could comment on how kind of vaguely sad it feels. They're like, "Oh, it's 2 episodes."
I don't get it. Like,
It's a trailer for just 2 random episodes that are just going to be
no,
on Disney Plus,
I get that, but why is it not just part of the show?
right?
Why are they,
Why are
what
you
makes
calling
them
it a two
special?
episode event? Why not just call it a special and just make a special?
Uh,
Because they have done.
I
To be
mean,
fair, the Simpsons
sure,
have
I
done Disney
guess.
Plus. They've done specific Disney Plus
Yeah, but
specials.
they're usually like 2 or 3 minute things. They're not like full
No.
episodes.
They've done like a full. There was one they did where it was a Disney Plus exclusive episode like this, but it was like 40 minutes long. I can't remember what it was called, but it came out fairly recently. It was something to do with the with Lisa, or maybe it was Bart. But yeah, um, there was this is not the, but they didn't call it that. They haven't called it a special. They're just like, oh, no, I think it was a Valentine's Day special. I think, but anyway, they're calling this 2 episodes, and the 2 episodes, when you read the descriptions of them, don't really have anything to do with each other.
I'm just like, they
Th-
could just be episodes of the show.
this trailer makes it look like it's like a sort of what's the word I'm looking for, um anthology type thing, but it's not really. The one episode is like a what if fantasy style episode where it's like a noir style story, and the other one has
It
nothing to
it
do with
just
anything.
it just feels like they wanted to do like not not in theme, but in concept. I guess I should say. Like they just wanted to do the Halloween episodes where they're allowed to do whatever and not have to worry about any of the
kind of
normality of what's going on.
kind of sure looks like that.
Um, but they can't. They didn't want to have to theme it around scary things or like
But
Halloweeny things.
they have I mean, yeah, just do 5 minute shorts or whatever, where yeah, it's like, hey, what if Homer and Marge did the Joker too, the bad one. um
Yeah. So for me, it was just like I don't
I
get
don't get
it.
it. I don't get the point of this. What is the point in this? Other than we don't. Yeah, I don't get it. So
It's not
Jordan,
even like they're selling it on DVD and making money off of it.
right? I don't get
Like
it.
that's my thing. Like
Um,
I get if you wanted to try and like make a profit off this, then sure, that then making it into a
I don't get
big
it.
thing makes sense to me. But like you're doing nothing with it, so what's the point?
Um, so you're on the trailer. Okay, so I saw this trailer. I watched this trailer, and every time I see clips from this show, I feel like I should be more excited. I feel like this feels like everything I should like, and yet, so this is X-Men '97 season 2 trailer. I know I've seen the first trailer. I know I finished it, and I liked X-Men in the
First
'90s.
season, you mean?
It's everything. It's everything that I should like about a thing. It looks cool. There's shit in this trailer that is objectively, it looks cool. There's a couple of group shots that look cool. Like the bit where Jean Grey gives herself psychic Wolverine claws. Like that feels like it should be cool. But I did think it was funny when it was like, we have to take the X-Men back to where they belong. The 90s.
The
I was like,
90s.
and yeah, there's a couple of, like, it's a cool trailer. And the epic, like, use of the theme song is cool. Like, it's cool. It's objectively
No, it's
cool.
a greatly put together trailer, but then I remember how much the first season was just meh.
It just didn't do anything.
It was just
I
meh.
maybe I need to watch it again. But I was like, I think it's because a lot of for me, a lot of it was like a big portion of it is, and I know it's supposed to be the same voice actress, but it does. Rogue's in this trailer, she still sounds wrong. Like, it still sounds off. It doesn't sound right. It's tweaking my ear in a way where it doesn't sound right. And like, yeah, there's still a lot of story beats left over from the first season that I hated that didn't make any sense. Like, I still hate the fact that Rogue and Magneto get together. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It comes out of nowhere, especially if you've watched the original show. Like, I don't know. I feel like I should like this. Everything in me tells me I should like it. It's all shit that I like in concept, but I don't know. maybe I have to go back and rewatch that first season, and maybe if I'd watched the '90s show, way more of that, I would. But there's just the first season was the same way. I kept going like I kept wanting to love it, and feeling nothing for it.
Yeah, kind of how I remember feeling, except I remember being bored for most of the first season.
But there's so much cool shit in that. There's so much objectively cool looking shit. Like that bit where it's like Wolverine, I think it's Wolverine's riding on Gambit's back and he turns Wolverine's claws into explode. Like that shit looks cool. Like it looks pretty and it looks expensive and it's just, it's superhero shit the way I like it. Action figures banging against each other. But I guess it's just maybe, I don't, I know I watched X-Men as a child. I just don't have a strong emotional attachment to it in the way I do Spider-Man. Like I like that new Spider-Man show way more than I like X-Men 97. Like it just does more for me.
Yeah, I mean, growing up, it was one of those like you you watched X-Men when you couldn't watch Spider-Man.
Pretty well,
It was the
yeah.
it was the backup. Spider-Man was the A string, X-Men was the B string. You still like the B string, but it's sure as hell not the A
Like it
string.
really
Like I played the X. I remember playing the X-Men game when the Spider-Man game wasn't available, kind of
right.
thing.
Like I I would be all over it if and then they did and it sucks. Is it okay? I need people to understand that making a thing into a comic is not the same. Like whenever you're like, "Oh yeah, there's a sequel," but it's a comic, that's not cool. Like it's just not. It's a consolation prize at best. Like
Yeah, it's a we couldn't get the show, so we gave you the comic.
yeah,
Like it's
as a afterthought. Yeah,
as
yeah,
a at
exactly.
least you get kind of an ending
Like
resolution.
yeah,
It's not what you want,
they
but
made
you'll satisfy like you'll settle for
they
it.
made Spider-Man 98 into a comic and I'm like, "What the fuck? No, that's so
Yeah,
boring."
they did that. They did that with the Sat AM, the ending.
Yeah,
From what
or
I understand, the ending. Or there's been
Final
so many
Space.
examples.
Final Space got
Final
made
Space is a great
and
example.
he pretended to be excited about it. Like, dude, you can't be excited about it.
Or
That
how
is
there's
like
been,
that's participation trophy shit at best. I
yeah,
won't say it's
or how
loser
there's
shit, but it's pretty
been,
close.
or how there's been the Avatar comics where like they you find out what happens to Zuko's
Yeah,
mother,
yeah. Nobody wants to see
like
that in.
all that, which was very clearly like what they intended for another season. Like
Right,
it feels that way.
right. Like, oh,
Um,
we couldn't get a final season, so here you go, dog scraps, and you're like, well, that's not very. Who cares? Like, not to say who cares, but like, it's not the same. It's not the
it's
same.
not the same.
Again, it's participation trophy shit. I wouldn't even say it's second place. It's not even third place. It's like, oh, at least you showed
No, it's
up.
like I said, it's consolation prize.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Participation trophy. It's like, oh, at least you showed up. I'm not going to applaud a guy for showing up. Sorry, Olin Rogers. I know you're sad and your show got wiped off the face of the earth, and I should be more supportive of you. But it's comic, man. That half of the core audience who are watching your show probably won't read. Sorry, I'm sorry that's harsh, but it's the truth. So, Jordan, you know who died, and I don't like including people who died, but I definitely think that this is worth mentioning. Marcia Lucas, the Oscar-winning editor and former wife of George Lucas, passed away at the age of 80, and she's worth mentioning because she edited all of the original Star Wars movies. So for those of you who like to be like woke or whatever, the reason you all like Star Wars is because of a woman. She did most of the work on those original movies, like most of it. And she's the reason for everything, the reason why everything is the way it is in those movies. So if you like those original Star Wars movies, it's because of a woman. R.I.P.
Oh
to the TOT.
damn! Drop the mic.
But no, but seriously, she like, he directed it, but she basically according to what I've heard, she basically co-directed those movies. Like she is like 50% responsible for a lot of the things that people like about, like, yeah, the fast pace. And she's the reason why later movies suck, because she didn't edit the prequels or the sequels. She only did the originals. To my knowledge, I could be wrong about that, but she definitely did the originals. So yeah, if you like the first Star Wars movie, which is objectively the best Star Wars movie, come at me. I will hear no other answers. She's the reason why. Fun fact. R.I.P. Very sad. But also she was 80, so you know. Apparently, Jordan. Apparently. So apparently, Nicolas Cage's son is named Kal-El, and Nicolas Cage. I saw this clip and I know it was the most ridiculous thing I'd ever seen. But Nicolas Cage insists it's not named after Superman, which like, what? No, there's no way you wouldn't organically name your son that. I don't care if it's a Hebrew name. Like if it's a Hebrew sounding name, there's no way. Also, I don't want to say Nicolas Cage isn't Hebrew. He might be, but even still. So this is what he says. He says,
Well, I mean, especially because you know that he auditioned to be Superman, so he knows what Kal-El is.
absolutely. He says, what's interesting, I wasn't a Superman
So,
enthusiast. I grew up reading monsters like Ghost Rider and the Incredible Hulk. It's actually a Hebrew name. Hebrew name. It means voice of God. I always thought Kal-El was a beautiful name, so I gave him the name, but it wasn't because of some sort of adoration of Superman. Which, okay, now that I'm reading that, that is fair. That is fair. I could believe that he's not like a massive Superman fan, but when he was doing Superman, because apparently Kal-El was born in 2005, I could believe, it is believable to me, that while he was doing Superman, he looked in and because Nicolas Cage strikes me as the type of actor who does research. He does. I know I rag on him, but I could believe that he was doing the research for Superman. He saw the name Kal-El, saw that it was a Hebrew name and it means voice of God, and that he chose to name his son that because of that. But it was still inspired. I thought the implication was it was not inspired by Superman, like at all. And I was gonna be like, that's horse shit. But to say he's not specifically named after Superman, okay, I believe that.
maybe.
Maybe that does seem believable. That is a believable and very human. Like, yeah, you could be inspired by something and not directly name something after something, but like still, like your son's moving around the world, although he probably calls himself Cal, if I have to guess. But like you're moving around
Probably.
the world named after Superman. But also your Stanley's or your Nicolas Cage's son. So like they're worse positions to be in the
You're
world,
getting recognized either way.
right? Apparently, Jordan, they are resurrecting. Fun fact, Jordan, they're resurrecting and bringing
Jesus?
back. I mean, pretty close. I mean, Deadpool may call himself Marvel Jesus, Jordan, but the real Marvel Jesus, Stan Lee, is allegedly
Oh, I
being.
heard about that. That's creepy.
Yeah, gross, gross, and don't do it. I mean, they're
I don't
gonna,
like that.
they're gonna do it, but don't. I mean, we've taken a pretty hard "don't resurrect the dead with AI" stance on this show, and I will continue to maintain that stance because don't bring back actors from the dead. It's creepy.
Like,
It's never gonna
like
not be creepy.
for me, it's one thing, and I still don't love this, but like for me, it's one thing if like, for example, at Disneyland, you saw, you know, how they have the portraits where you can talk to Mickey. If they had one where you could talk to like Scar,
Yeah.
like if it's the character and you're bringing back a voice,
Yes.
that's
That's
that's one thing.
still creepy, but yes,
It's
I do
still
get you.
creepy, but like it's less creepy than them bringing back a literal mortal man who lived his life on Earth, died,
Yeah.
and should remain in the grave where he
Like I
belongs.
don't love it. I don't love it, but like yeah, you're right. If you're gonna use an AI voice technology to make it so I can talk to Mickey Mouse and you don't need an actor there, okay, that's utilizing it to create a character. All right, I don't love it. It's still weird and I don't like it. And also, there's all the other natural implications of AI that are bad. But
Yeah.
like that's less gross. That's not gross. That's not actively gross. This is
It,
actively gross.
yeah, this is gross.
Like I don't want to
This
see
is icky.
AI Stan Lee cameoing in the next 10 to be more specific, Avengers Doomsday. Like I don't want them to go to like a Stan Lee dimension and then hey, there's AI Stan Lee. Don't do that. I am begging you. I am begging you with everything in me, don't do that. Please
I
don't
don't
do
even
that.
want to see him pulling like a civilian out of the way because that's still creepy.
It's creepy and I don't like it. Um Jordan, I'm not gonna lie, this next story kind of offends me. It kind of offends me because I'm like, she's an icon. She deserves better. But apparently, in the work store, and uh, they're talking about doing a what? Okay. Sorry, they're talking about doing a biopic television show about Celine Dion, icon, Canadian icon, Celine Dion.
I know the name.
Really?
Why does that offend you?
No. It offends me potentially because it's a television series, Jordan. does the great Celine Dion, Canadian icon, not deserve a full movie? But also, I thought about it as I said that. Perhaps a television show could get in deeper. It can get in deeper to the Canadian icon.
Depends on what we're talking about when we say television show. If we're talking about the kind of television show where it's on HBO and each episode is an hour and a half to 2 hours long,
That's a fair
and then you
point.
get and then you get 8 episodes of that, and you're getting like an 80 episode biopic about her.
An
You're
80-hour
getting a hell of
biopic.
a yeah, you're getting a
Yeah,
hell of a lot more attention than you are if you're just watching a 2 hour one in theaters.
that you're not right. It's a valid point. A prestige HBO drama is a bit. It does give you a kind of a bit more meat to dive into. Wow, that's kind of hold on. So, um, while the studio has yet to reveal any updates regarding who will play the Queen of Power Ballads, Zoe Green of Sirens and Carnival Row fame has been roped in as the showrunner for the project. The series will follow Celine Dion's childhood in Quebec, encapsulating her younger years in a music-loving household. The show will explore the five-time Grammy winner's closer relationship with her mother, along with the dynamic she shared with her 14 siblings.
Bam.
Wow.
Were they Mormon?
uh, or Catholic, describing "Thou shalt not use protection." Describing the series, Celine's brother Jacques. That's a hell of a name, Jacques Dion. Noted the
Jacques
series
Dion.
represents something deeply meaningful for our family, and as it captures the spirit, struggles, and love that defined our upbringing, we are proud to finally to share this story with the world. I mean,
Yeah, sure as hell sounds like it's going to be a prestige HBO like hour long per
uh,
episode thing.
I certainly wouldn't have. To be fair, I don't know a ton about Celine Dion other than she's a Canadian icon. So
Neither neither do I. That's why they're making this.
Jordan, we have to do a. This has become like a recurring segment on this show of, hey, the titles on this website are fucking stupid. ComingSoon.net. So Jordan, the headline is MCU is finally fixing Tom Holland's Spider-Man with brand new day change. What do you think? What do you think they're fixing, Jordan? According to this article.
I mean, I'm gonna take a stab in the dark and say that they're fixing his web shooters. Now they're organic, just like Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man's was.
Okay. Here's the thing. That's a solid guess. No, but I don't think, and this is just a theory. I've now developed a theory. I don't think that the organic web shooters are permanent. I don't think it's going to be permanent. I think it's going to. I think that whatever is happening is going to be temporary, and he's going to get his web shooters back by the end of it. I don't think they're going to commit to it, but I could be wrong. We'll see. But no, you're actually surprisingly kind of overthinking it, but you're in the correct alley a little bit. No, I won't say overthinking it. You're in the correct ballpark. Kevin Feige has said that this is finally doing the Spider-Man thing of now he's living in a sad small apartment, and it's a more grounded story like we've been demanding for years. Only took them 3 movies, and the guy who's Spider-Man is pretty sick to death of being Spider-Man at this point, but you finally did it. You finally made the Spider-Man movie that everybody wanted. Congratulations, Kevin Feige.
I I would say 2 movies. The first movie was very grounded.
Yeah, that's right. That is true. I agree. That is a to the ground level Spider-Man story. That's what makes it the best. I've heard this is the
It's
best
what
Spider-Man
makes it.
movie. Like
So I would say they had the plot with the first one. They lost the plot with the
and then
second
then
and
they've
third,
regained
and then
it.
now they've regained the plot.
I will
Theoretically,
say, I
I need to see it.
I don't know if I included this in this, but there's been a bunch of he's obviously doing a bunch of him being Tom Holland doing a bunch of press for this, and he said something. He said that thing once again about wanting to help the next generation of whatever's. He's like, I want to help the usher in the next generation of Spider-Man. Introduce the world to the Miles Morales or the Spider-Gwen. And like, I don't know who's not telling Tom Holland that that's never gonna happen. Like, dude, are people telling you that? Are not telling you behind the scenes that, dude, they're never gonna commit to a live-action Miles Morales movie. There's always gonna be a Peter Parker, whether it's you or somebody else. They'll just recast you, and they'll do Peter Parker again in 5 years. Like, you're not ushering in Dick. Like, they're not gonna all of a sudden do a run of Miles Morales movies that are gimmick-free because they're not. They're not gonna. Like, you will have to be in the movie in some capacity. Whether or not it's you end up... Like, I would totally be down if they want to do, like, the next one... Basically, if they want to do a soft adaptation of... Like, not exactly a one-to-one. I know that this is a soft adaptation of a few comic book stories, but I would be down for. This is my pitch for Spider-Man 5, but Tom Holland's still got to be in it. He's still got to be in it. But my pitch for Spider-Man 5 is we do another time jump and we do Spider-Man 1, the PS4 game. We introduce the MCU version of Doc Ock. We introduce Miles Morales, and you do a version of that.
I could see a world where that could be okay.
Because I wouldn't mind seeing like I mean I do agree with Tom
I think
Holland in
you'd
the
have
sense
to. I
that
think you'd have to reduce some of the gadgets that he uses, though. And I don't know
it
that
looks
I
like he still
want.
has gadgets in this, which I don't love. Like apparently his mask still has an AI assistant in it, which I'm not a fan of. But like,
Yeah, that kind of just makes sense. They've already introduced that. They're
well,
not going to do
yeah, and
away with it.
him being teched up, like him being teched up. If you do like Spider-Man 5, and he's teched up, yeah, I would totally be down for like a Spider-Man Miles Morales team up movie that's akin to Spider-Man the Insomniac games. Like I'd be okay with that dynamic. I do agree with Tom Holland in the sense that it would be because in the comics, the original version of Miles Morales, Peter Parker is his Uncle Ben. So I don't disagree that it would be interesting to see a dynamic of now he's Tony Stark. Like I do think that would be interesting. I do think that would be an interesting turn for his
Honestly, in
character.
terms of the MCU, I feel like they would do a Spider Gwen before they would do a Miles Morales.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I would be more well, no, not necessarily because they have introduced that Miles does exist in that universe. So they have seeded his existence. So
How do you mean?
well, Uncle Aaron's in. Uncle Aaron's played by Don Glover.
Oh yeah, right.
So he exists. So like, yeah, I would be okay with that, but I just don't know that the MCU Spider-Man has done enough to earn that. He went to space. Like, the problem is they took that character about as far as you can. Like in terms of you took him to space. What else do you do now? But also I've read a lot of fake plot leaks that sound fake but also look believable. So it's hard to know what's going on with that movie. Jordan. Apparently, there's a new Elseworld Superman. I got Spider-Man on the brain now. There's a new Elseworld Superman comic called The Father of Tomorrow, which is apparently based on. That is interesting. Apparently, it's based around a simple idea. What if Jor-El came to Earth instead of his son? In this timeline, Jor-El's wife and son are killed before he can get them onto the rocket he built to escape Krypton. This leaves him as the last son of Krypton, discovered by Martha and Jonathan Kent.
Interesting.
Adopted.
There has been one which I've read before. There has been one where Jor-El and the mom both come to Earth with Kal-El.
But yeah,
and we get a whole super family where he has siblings and everything.
Adopted as Jonathan's brother Jordan. Hey, that's funny. Jor-El lays low for several years. He uses advanced technology to help the Kent farm thrive, but fears doing more not because he might be detected, but because of a Kryptonian edict against interfering with Otherworld's development. That's convenient. However, his attitude changes at the same time that Superman, Father of Tomorrow, begins to go off the rails. Shortly after a local fair, Jonathan Kent has a heart attack. Yeah, typical. The key difference here is that Jor-El is taught to take action instead of respecting his limits, and he uses his powers to become a version of Superman. And his costume, honestly, I kind of like it. It's kind of sick. It's got like a silver, it's like a silver kind of jacket, kind of looks kind of similar, but instead of being black, it's silver to that black long coat that Clark wears on that one season of Smallville.
Cool. I had heard, I don't know much about it, but I had heard that there was going to be a new Elseworld Supergirl comic where she gets a blue power ring.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's called like the Hope of Tomorrow or something like that, I think is what it's called.
Huh. Oh, okay.
That's all I know about it. I don't know anything else.
So,
just that she gets a blue power ring.
The guy who created and directed the Terrifier series is working with Sam Raimi on a new horror movie called Tortures of the Damned, a new original horror movie which will be produced by Sam Raimi and directed and written by Damien Leone. And I'm kind of like, honestly, that's kind of a match made in heaven. Like you get Damien Leone, you get his like per, perpentency, his love of just gore and violence, and then you combine it with Sam Raimi's love of being fucked up. I think in terms of like just a gnarly ass horror movie, that could absolutely work. And
A match made in hell.
in hell, as it were, yeah, I will. I'm going to check that out. Uh,
I understand. I understand why you would want to do that.
let's get rid of that. We already talked about AI today. Part of the problem is I've got so many stories.
About
Um,
I.
huh. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. So,
Is it?
yeah. Well, okay. There's Teen Titans are finally adding a DC hero to their team that they've been missing. That has never
Oh, I
really.
heard about that. Static Shock.
Yeah. That's interesting. I didn't realize that he had never been folded officially into the
I
DC
know that
comics.
there was a crossover episode, I think, of his show where he teams up with Batman Beyond, old
Oh
Bruce Wayne.
yeah. His origin story, I believe, is firmly he began his life as a character, or his show is a spin-off of the show the Zeta Files. His show is a spin-off of that. Or I think Batman Beyond is a spin-off of that, and then he is technically a spin-off of Batman Beyond, I believe. But he's like a spin-off of another thing. So he doesn't come from the comic books or from the DC comic books traditionally. I think he initially started off in the comics as part of Milestone Comics. So he wasn't a DC comic character. He was created to be, or he was bought by DC, and they've never actually put him in the actual comics. So I guess this is the first time that he's actually been involved with the Teen Titans, which is also I don't think because he also shows up in Young Justice as well as a character. But I guess in the
Does he?
comics, yeah. There's an episode in I want to say the second season where they go and they're all being given some sort of drug cocktail, whatever, that's turning them into superheroes. And he's one, and one of them is the Native American guy
Oh yeah,
from
right,
Justice
right, right,
Friends who can
right.
grow big. He's one of them. Um, yeah, and that was around the time they were thinking about bringing him back. I know. There's talks on and on for Michael B. Jordan to. At one point it was star, at another point it was produce and direct a Static Shock movie, which I want badly because that character is underserved in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think he could do the character though. He seems too old.
I would agree. I would be down for him directing though. I really like his
I can see that.
because as much as I don't much care for Creed 3, we're gonna have to talk about Creed 3 one day. I did not care for that movie.
We're gonna have to talk about Creed 2 one day. I've never seen that.
Did you not do Creed 2
I
for?
did Creed 1.
Oh, fair. Um, there's a lot of really cool shots. There's a really cool shot in that third movie where it's Creed and the guy he's fighting in it, played by the guy who got canceled, who is Kang, and they both punch each other at the same time, and it's literally the shot from Dragon Ball Z where
Oh yeah, yeah.
Jonathan
The
Majors.
Vegeta.
Yeah, where Vegeta and Goku are punching each other. It's literally that frame is that shot. It's really cool.
That's
There's a lot of really
awesome.
cool cinematography in that movie, and it's wasted on a subpar story. And then but it was a bit flashy for me. But I wanted him to do something like that was sort of vaguely animated, and that would be great for him. I think it would be great for him to direct. At one point, to be fair, he was also at one point gonna do a Black Superman movie about one of the Black Supermen. I can't remember which
That's
one.
a choice.
Vor-El, I think is what his name is. It's not Clark Kent. It's a different guy. And then they never did because they got scared. Jordan. So this headline is scary movie Rotten Tomato predictions are tragically low, but doesn't matter. 2 points. Number one, of course they are. That movie looks bad. Number two,
Sorry, what's the movie?
scary movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that the Rotten Tomato critic scores are low because that movie looks bad. And those movies always.
I don't. They're never good.
No, I don't know why people have like gaslit themselves into believing any of those movies were ever good. Because hey, I'm just letting you know they weren't. Like they
I mean,
they got
they're
bad, but they started off bad too.
they were always schlock. That's
Yeah.
kind of the whole joke with them is that they're schlock,
Like to me, the part of the thing with Scary
right?
Movie.
Like I'm not crazy.
Well,
That's
Scary
the
Movie
point,
was
right?
redundant because the original one was redundant. because it was parodying a parody. Like Scream is satire. It's a parody. So like
Yeah.
there's no point in it. This looks exactly the same way. It's just, hey, it's a thing you recognize. Like a lot of the marketing is like, oh my god, it's Michael. Like they were doing that for a while. It's like, yeah, it's just a thing you recognize, but like worse. And now they're doing all these horrid fucking, and it's woke. You can't say that anymore. Cringe shit that's like 10 years old. So yeah, of course it looks bad. Does it matter? No. Are people gonna watch it? Probably. Like, will it crack at the
Probably.
box office? I don't think so. I think it'll probably bomb and people will wonder why, and then me and you will be left going because it looked bad. Like this thing will probably thrive on streaming, but there's no way it's gonna thrive in theaters. But like also weird shit's doing well at the box office right now. Like two movies you've never heard of, I won't waste your time telling you what they're called, are doing exceptionally well at the box office, and the Star Wars movie isn't. So I think people are just craving non-IP. So a movie that's just entirely IP is like, it's just like, hey, it's an IP you recognize saying an offensive thing, or it's an IP you recognize cutting off someone's balls. Like this humor belongs in the year 2000 where it originated, and it should go back there and stay there. Like when they announced this, I was like, I don't understand the point. I've remained cynical. I mean, you could track it. I'm pretty sure we both have been pretty cynical about this since they announced it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have because it's just, I don't know, it's juvenile.
Yeah, it's just, again, this humor died. It's dead. It's like we need to stop grasping for it. It's an oddly conservative movie in the sense that it's desperately trying to hold on for a time period we no longer do. Where it's like, yeah, I don't. Who wants to watch a movie where the character's like, I thought you died because of racism, and you're like, well, that's like at one point he's like, I thought you would die either because of marijuana smoke or because the cops would get you, and you're like, cool. Ha 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 ha. Ha. All right, I don't know. Maybe I'm the problem. I could be the problem,
I mean, if you are, then I am.
right? Maybe we both are.
Because I also think it looks bad. So not even just bad, just hokey,
Okay, that's actually kind of funny. We'll end on that. Yeah, hokey.
hokey
Yeah.
pokey.
Um, Jordan, I know you didn't watch this, but I feel it's worth talking about real quick.
I might have.
I
Give
doubt
me a
it.
chance.
Did you see any clips from the Kevin Hart roast?
No.
No, I didn't think you would have. Look, man, I already joked about this. I joked about this when I did a podcast with Jake. I don't like roasts. They don't interest me. I won't lie and say to you that occasionally they aren't funny, and I do laugh. Like when I was younger, I did like roasts, and I did think they were funny. Like I'm a fan of some of the earlier Comedy Central ones. Some of those jokes are kind of funny. I've never wanted to ever participate in one. It's just the idea of sitting there while people you like say horrid shit about you that you've thought about yourself and picks on you for it.
It just feels mean.
That doesn't sound appealing or interesting remotely to me. No, thank you, hard pass. But like the big thing with this one was everyone was making like really horrid, like racist, and like there was one joke about George. Oh yeah, that's George Floyd joke. Now, I need you to understand when I read this joke, I am quoting somebody. Okay, this is not my joke. This is Tony Hinchcliffe, who sucks. Of Kill Tony fame, he sucks. It's important to note that before we say this. So here's the joke, Jordan. The black community is so proud of you. Let me do that again. The black community is so proud of you right now. George Floyd is looking up at us, all laughing so hard he can't breathe. He's the guy who the cops stood on his neck and.
Oh, and the implication is he's in hell.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, or is the implication that he's on the ground and trying to look up at us?
That's funny. That's funny. That's probably funnier than the joke that I just said.
I don't. I'm genuinely asking. Is that the implication of the joke?
I think the implication is that he's in hell.
Okay.
Because he's dead.
Yeah, I hesitate to call it a joke because it wasn't very funny.
No,
but
that's what a lot of people say. They're like, isn't that? Like I saw a lot of people.
it's more just seems offensive than anything. I
Right?
mean, that was a man and he died.
I saw a lot
Whether
of,
you agree with him politically or not, he's dead.
I saw a lot of black people being like, man, fucked up jokes are okay when they're funny. Like that's my thing is like a lot of this just wasn't fun, but it's really fucking obnoxious for Kevin Hart to be like, I don't take any responsibility for it. I didn't make the joke. You're like, yeah, but dude, you signed off on it. Like by laughing at it, you sign off. You sign off on it, and by laughing at bad, like horrid jokes like that, is you tacitly sign off on the idea. You give these people permission to laugh in the wrong way at this shit. Like they're not laughing with you; they're laughing at you, and it gives these awful people permission to be this way. Like it's the
I
same.
agree.
It's the same thing. It's my same stance on. Um, and this is not me being sensitive or indignant or whatever, but there's a comedian named Aaron Belial who constantly is under fire, who's a mute comedian who has a disability, and
Oh yeah.
he uses the R word constantly, and it drives me crazy. Like I don't really think anyone should use that word. I certainly don't think somebody who is disabled should be using that word. I don't see it as taking ownership of it. I see it as you're giving shit
You're
people
enabling.
permission to say
Yeah.
that, to use that word, to
Yeah,
weaponize that word against
you're
you.
enabling.
Yes, to weaponize that word against you and your community. And it doesn't matter that you're taking it back. It gives people bad people blanket permission to use it against you, and that is wrong. And it's for that reason that you shouldn't use that word, not or do those jokes or allow people in your presence or in your sphere, or in the case of Kevin Hart, on your roast, to do those kinds of jokes, because you give them permission to do shitty versions of them when you're not around, because now they can say, well, my black friend let me say that, or my disabled friend lets me say that. There's a big difference between you have a friend who is disabled, or you have a friend who is a friend of color, and in private you make fucked up jokes. We make fucked up jokes that you don't hear all the time, but the important part is you don't hear them. That's the difference.
Never say the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine. We all have. It's okay to have a fucked up. Like I don't want to come across like I'm being like pro clutchy. It's okay to have a fucked up sense of humor. I have a fucked up sense of humor. I use it all the time on this show, right? But
You gotta know when to hold them,
and
when to
them.
fold them,
Jordan,
and when to walk away.
Jordan, writer. Finally, Jordan. Finally, writer Dan Greeny. You don't know who
Dan
that is?
Green, Yu-Gi-Oh?
No.
It's
Oh God, he's we're having trouble. No, not that one.
Dan Green?
No, not that Dan. No, Dan Greeny. Greaney. You've never heard of
I
him.
imagine Dan Green is pretty greeny.
No, this guy's name is anyway. You would know him, Jordan, as the gentleman who wrote the episode that predicted that Donald Trump would come down the escalator and run for president.
Oh,
Very specific.
yeah.
He has announced that he is going to run for presidential office dressed as
No.
a quote. Hold on. Dressed as a quote self-proclaimed prophet. He reflected on the Trump administration's operations. Green also revealed himself as a progressive Republican candidate. His recent press release offered insight as to what his campaign stands for and the key issues he plans to focus on. So he took to Instagram to share his two-part video announcing that he's running for president in 2028 as a progressive Republican in this traditional style of Abraham Lincoln and Teddy Roosevelt. He appeared in a wizard getup to speak about what he foretold about the Trump administration's downfall. He later discussed what democracy should look like, arguing that the current government is not living up to its expectations of what it was elected to do.
So he's crazy.
I mean, in these videos, he's wearing a very fake beard and exceedingly fake hair. I think it's a joke.
So one could argue he's crazy.
I think it's meant to be a goof, Jordan. A goof and a gaff. A goof and a gaff. Jordan, that's the news.
Da 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 da.
Today's show, Jordan, as always, is brought to you by our good friends over at the Wild Education. See, this week, Jordan, I put in the description, if you own a snake or a reptile that eats rats, they sell rats. You can buy rats from them, and if you live in the local Abbotsford area, they can go pick it up. or they can. I think they can drop it off. I don't know. There's details. I had the link to the ad in the description where you can go check them out and buy rats if you need them and support them. And I've got all the links you can support them. And also in our weekly shout out of channels on the network, we shouted them out last week, but we're gonna shout them out again. That is the Part of Your Broadway World podcast. You can go click in the description, sign up go subscribe to them, watch their latest episode. I was there. You could tell them we sent you. Be cool. Subscribe to them as well. They're cool people.
Yeah.
She's cool people. She's been here.
Yeah.
It's Part of Your Broadway World podcast.
Yeah.
YouTube.com. Click the link and all the links are in the description. All of them. Everyone.
Yeah.
That's it. That was the sponsorship. You sponsored.
Yeah.
Today's show is brought to you by nature. It's where animals live. You know what animals do, Jordan? They poop and they shit.
Pond rolls.
Pond rules, bitch. It's pond rules.
Justice, pond rules.
Pond rules. Actually, I watched a video where they referred to something as a keystone species, and I was like, I only know what that is because of that movie I saw. Beavers
because of hoppers
is a keystone species. Jordan, what's your first thing?
My first rapid fire is called The Gray. It's a movie where
Liam Neeson fights wolves.
Ra's al Ghul goes to Alaska to survive in his test against the wolves so that he can go on to become leader of the League of Shadows and teach Batman to go and fight crime in Gotham.
It's that movie where
it's really boring.
Where Liam Neeson punches a wolf with his fists of fury.
I mean, from what you can see, you know, they're really, you don't really see them very often because it's so shaky and dark. And yeah, I didn't really care for this.
It was bad.
Bad, good. Who can say? What I can say
definitively
is I didn't really care for it. It didn't really do it for me. There's really not much more to say. I mean, there's a plane crash. A good chunk of the people die. Some of them survive, and then they try to survive I think it's Alaska. They try to survive while a group of Canadian gray wolves or whatever are stalking and hunting them and systematically killing them one by one. And by the end, Liam Neeson is like the only survivor, and I don't remember if he survives. Yeah, so there's a final battle, and then a short post-credit scene, which apparently I didn't watch, shows Otway, which is Liam Neeson, and the Alpha Wolf lying together following their battle. Their fates left unclear.
Oh, shit. Oh, snippity snap.
So,
snippity,
yeah.
snippity snappity, snippity snap.
Yeah, it's
snap.
It's not. There's not much more to say about it. It's
boring.
The reason why this is attributable to nature is because of both the wolves and the fact that they're trying to survive in the cold weather. Nature.
And whatnot.
Boom.
Animals. Boom. So yeah, a lot of my movies, in fact, I'd say probably 90% of them. That's it, right?
That's it, baby.
They're right. This is almost called When Animals Attack, because a lot of my movies are about attacking animals, because I didn't want to pick like the general nature ones, because I figured, you know, leave options for Jordan. If you wanted to do Twister, then he could do Twister. Turns out there's an incredibly detailed article about movies involving animals that attack. Anyway, so this first one is a reasonably iconic piece of cinema. This is a movie called Deep Blue Sea. Now, Jordan, you've probably never heard of Deep Blue Sea, but it's the other famous shark movie that isn't Jaws. Now, the thing I kind of discovered about animal attack movies is very rarely is the animal the villain. Like, quite often, the villain of an animal attack movie is a human who is putting you in the path of the animal that's attacking, or is not acknowledging that the animal is attacking and causing people to become harmed. Like, for example,
But that's not always the case because sometimes you get yourself a Jaws.
Well, no, Jaws is an example of technically the villain of that movie is the mayor. The shark
No,
the shark is just
the villain is Jaws.
that is not true. The villain is not the mayor is the villain in Jaws because the mayor won't cancel Fourth of July, which is facilitating the attack of the shark. The shark wouldn't be
Yeah, but
attacking.
Jaws keep murdering
The
people.
Jaws would not be attacking if the mayor would just shut down the beach, but the mayor refuses to shut down the beach. So the real villain of Jaws is the mayor. This is different. So okay, the plot of this. So the plot of this is that there is a on the water um, research facility where they are studying sharks so that they can find a cure for Alzheimer's.
Okay.
So I sort of expected you to be like, what's the connection between sharks and Alzheimer's?
I just assume that it's some scientific mumbo jumbo that they would say to articulate it that makes no sense, but it's just purely existing for the movie.
Well, according to this movie, there's a part of their brain which has a chemical protein which can be synthesized into a cure for Alzheimer's.
So yeah, some scientific bullshit that makes no
So
sense that they've created just for the movie, like I said.
so they're one of these sharks at the beginning of the movie escapes, and Samuel L. Jackson is the CEO of the company that's basically funding this, and
Very on brand for Samuel L.
he
Jackson.
he goes to investigate it, and it's one of those movies where okay, there's someone else. There's a couple other people in this, and they're totally escaped me. But it's people who are too famous to be in this movie. Like you're like, this is a real D movie. Why is Samuel L. Jackson in this movie? Um,
Ooh, having a celebrity that's too famous for the movie is tight.
it's tight. There's a so. That was the other one. LL Cool J is also in this, and it turns out that there's one more. There's one more. But anyway, it turns out that they have using gene therapy increased the shark's brains, which has caused them to increase in size, which has caused them to develop no abnormal intelligence. So now they're super smart sharks, and the super smart sharks are. It turns out it's revealed towards the end of the movie that they're actually trying to like corral the humans into helping them escape this facility, and the sharks
But
are all
by the end of it, do the sharks grow bipedal, wear pants, have gigantic muscles, and call
no.
themselves street sharks?
No, there's no street sharks in this. There is an exceptionally
Ah,
funny moment though where it's an iconic
lame.
moment. It's the only moment you've probably anyone has ever seen from this movie, but it's really funny where they're all arguing and bickering amongst each other, all the various survivors or whatever trapped in this situation, and Samuel L. Jackson breaks out. And it otherwise seems like I think he's more or less the main character for most of the movie because he's Sam Jackson. He's the most famous person in this movie. And I'm pretty sure this was around Snakes on a Plane time. But he's doing this big, epic, inspirational speech about how we all need to get over ourselves and work together and stop fighting. And then out of no, okay, yeah, that was it. Because part of the thing is they're trying to get to the surface. They're in this facility and they're trying to get to the surface. So like the one mechanic, whatever, is like if I open this door and we take the ladder, all the water will like fall on top of us. Or we could try swimming into the pool and swimming out and get eaten by a shark. And they're like, well, we don't know that the sharks are in there. So anyway, so Samuel L. Jackson does this big, long, prolonged speech about how we need to work together and be a team and how teamwork makes the dream work and what have you. And just out of nowhere, a shark comes out of nowhere and just eats him. Just takes him completely out while he's mid-speech. And he's just dead for the rest of the movie. It comes completely out of nowhere. And it's like right in the middle of the movie and he's just not in the rest of the movie. And you're like, wait, wasn't he like the top marquee star in this? It's kind of a fun
Oh,
twist.
that makes me think of Bryan Cranston with Godzilla 1,
Yeah, but he's in this a bit more than that.
where
But it's sort of similar, yeah.
he was in all the marketing, then marketed him as being a big part of the movie, and then he's just not.
He is a major part of the movie, and he doesn't die until like probably over halfway. So it's not quite as egregious as Bryan Cranston, but it's sort of similar. It does kind of come completely out of nowhere, and it's also like a lot of these animal attack movies. It's not violent enough to be entertaining, but it's
I get
really
it.
can't.
You're bloodthirsty.
It's like mid to early 2000s camp. Like it's really campy. It's got a hard rock soundtrack. Everything is in low lighting to hide the bad CGI. Certainly not the worst movie I watched this week, but definitely not the best. That's Deep Blue Sea. I got more.
So,
I got better.
uh, my second rapid fire. When I think nature, I think jungle, and when I think jungle, I think Jungle Book, and when I think Jungle Book,
I
I
think
resign myself to doing the live
like I
action
say,
one.
I think of the bad live action remake. No, that's not fair. The live action remake is actually probably, honestly, and I'm just being honest, probably better than the original movie.
I mean, it certainly got more depth to it than the original
God, that
movie
original
does.
movie's not very good.
Um,
That might be a hot take.
it's
The original
well,
Disney Jungle Book movie is not very good. Don't delude yourself into
uh,
thinking it is.
I wouldn't necessarily say that it's not very good. I would say that it was intended as a delivery method for the songs that are in it, and everything else there exists purely to facilitate getting you to the next song.
It's a series of vignettes with no plot connected to. But to be fair,
That's what I just said.
that's what the books are though. They're just a series of random interconnected events that don't have anything to do with anything.
Um,
So this at least has a plot and a directed plot, and also some of the
uh,
CGI is okay.
yeah, so it's funny because when I watched this the first time, because this is only my second time watching it, when I watched this the first time, I remember hating it
That's because we drove up
a lot,
to
a lot.
That's because we drove up to
Um,
Mission to watch it.
did we?
Yeah, yeah, we did.
Well, and I think that was after I got hit too. No, maybe not.
No, 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 no.
In the roundabout. Remember how we then proceeded to drive out to Mission?
Oh, maybe this was the roundabout. I just remember that we wound up in Mission and we watched this in Mission. That's all I remember. Because I remember driving home being like, parts of it were okay, like, but also
Because
so
I
much of it is
just
just utter nonsense. Like, I mean, to be fair, it doesn't want to be a musical. Like, it's desperately trying not to be a musical. But then you've got Christopher
yeah, it's
Walken half singing as a
well, because it's the thing is that because it's trying to remake it's got the old. It's not as bad in this one, but it's got the old live action Disney curse where it's like it's shackled to the original,
yeah. This one's
where
less bad for
it
that. But yeah,
doesn't it's absolutely less bad for it, but that's why it has those singing moments is because those moments exist from the original story. This is a remake of that story. It has to have those moments. Those are the most popular songs in that movie. Those are the ones that are on all of the like the you've got the classic Disney playlists on Spotify. Those songs are
yeah.
on
Just
there.
make it. But
Like
to be fair, Bare Necessities I think is an actual musical number. But like. Everyone's bad in this. Bill Murray is bad in this. The only one who I would say arguably isn't bad is the kid, and that's only because by howdy do you believe he's in a forest?
yeah, but I also feel like I've been so burned down and run down since the 10 years that this came out. I've been so run down by significantly worse live action adaptions that
Yeah.
this one, by comparison, now looks good.
I mean, he went on to make The Lion King after this. He used the technology from this to make Lion King. That this is where the really photorealistic animals comes from. And even then they're not. They're all comedically gigantic, like in a way that doesn't remotely scale in a way that makes sense. Putting aside the fact that there isn't a snake that gigantic ever. Like no python, there's no on record python that size. Um, yeah, the wolves, as I recall, are all gigantic. Like the scale of the animals is awful. But yeah, like I say, the CGI is good enough that like I didn't realize that the jungle wasn't real.
The reason why the scaling feels off, not necessarily for Ka and Louis, but for certainly for the wolves and stuff, the reason why the scale feels off is because Mowgli in the cartoon is much smaller feeling. So when he's beside the wolves, he feels small, they feel
Yeah,
normal.
that's yeah.
In
No,
this, they want it to feel the same way, where they want Mowgli to feel small beside the wolves, but the kid wasn't small.
no,
So
yeah, you're right.
now the wolves feel big as a result.
It's an animated trick of yeah, you're meant to feel, it's meant to convey the idea that he's a child and children are small. And I get that that's kind of what they're going for here, where the wolves probably aren't that big, but from a child's perspective they seem big, and I understand that, I get that, but just on screen it makes it look weird and unrealistic, and like it's not helped by the fact that the rest of the creatures in that are meant to look meant to look photorealistic. Also, technically speaking, King Louis is not an orangutan. He is a he says what he is in a bad rhyme in the song.
He's like a giganticus, something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he says it and it's a horrid rhyme. It's Gigantopithecus or whatever. Yeah,
something like that.
it's like an old prehistoric orangutan. It's not a
Mythical. It's a mythical one. Yeah.
no. I think they did prove that it exists. I think it did technically exist, but like, or maybe not. But either way, he's not an actual orangutan. That's why he's so big. He's not
Right,
he's not an orangutan.
but in the cartoon,
He
was
is an orangutan. Yes, in the cartoon he is an orangutan. So that's the excuse for why he's gigantic. Also, yeah, just Bill Murray as Baloo is awful. He's
right.
awful.
So I guess
He's
the
awful.
I guess
He's
Ka
awful.
is just supposed to be like a mythological big one as well or something.
I don't know. I mean, to be fair, we're gonna talk about Python. The idea of a Python of that size is not like in terms of theory. There are people who do think that they have the capacity to exist, but I just don't think. To be fair, there could be a record of one that's as big as a human, but I've never seen one. A record that is, not snake. But yes, you're right. You're right. There have been much worse ones of these that actively upset me
Yeah,
since.
like I just found as I was watching this, especially because like I've been
I didn't
doing
hate this
other
when this first
things
came
while I
out, but
watch it,
like
I was just like, it's fine. This one's fine.
I don't like the Jungle Book to begin with, so it doesn't.
Yeah, I don't really have a big nostalgia for it. So
No, no, not really. To me, when I was a kid, it was a shittier version of Tarzan.
it really is.
Like that's just.
It really is, Justin.
Sorry, that's weird. I just heard voices. That was weird. That was strange.
And they
Anyway,
sometimes come down through our oven or our oven vent.
is that where it's coming from? Because I can hear people talking. It's very strange.
Yeah, you can
Um,
sometimes hear the people upstairs coming through that vent.
weird. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're right. You're right. Lion King is worse, just objectively.
Yeah, it is.
Lion King is an objectively bad movie. Like that is the worst one. Like I don't care what anyone says. You're never gonna convince me that. I'm sorry, Haley. With apologies to Haley, you're never gonna convince me that Snow White is worse. The Lilo and Stitch was bad, but it just wasn't as bad. Just on a technical level, it's a bad movie. Like it just nothing. The worst low that those Disney live action remakes ever hit is Seth Rogen singing Pumbaa. Nothing ever hits that low. Like nothing makes you want to scrub your ears out. Where you're like,
I don't
why?
know.
Why are you doing
I
this?
mean, here's what I'll say. It was bad, but it wasn't so bad that I refused to watch it. I still won't watch the Lilo and Stitch one. So
To be fair, you only
to
watch
me,
that's not a fair
that puts
statement.
it below.
That's not a fair statement because you watch The Lion King for the show, and you would absolutely watch Lilo and Stitch for the show. You would watch it for content. You would watch it for content, so you could get on here and talk about how much you hate it because you're like me and you recognize what makes good content. So
I
like
mean,
inevitably,
I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that that's not
like
true.
when
But
when I
it
inevitably
would be under duress.
inevitably when I do the in fact I probably will do it after next week maybe unless I think of a better idea I like better, but I want to bring back Say a Nice Thing About a Bad Movie, or I was to say a nice thing about a movie you hate, and then sort of mend it to be the movie that is a bad movie, and then that will be an opportunity to do that one. But yeah, I don't know. Nothing got as bad as Lion King. Anyway, do you have anything else to say about Jungle Book?
No, other
I
than
almost had developed bad heartburn. That was
it,
crazy.
it has a pretty star-studded cast.
Absolutely.
And Jon
It's
Favreau directed it.
he did. It's funny that the Ka song is bad because Scarlett Johansson's actually a good singer. That's what's funny.
Yeah, but it's because she's not really singing there. She's
No.
sort of talking.
Lazily talking like this.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Anyways,
It's bad.
that's
It's
Jungle
bad.
Book. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. And the movie is fine. Certain performances in it are just objectively bad. Like I don't know how you could watch that movie and not be like Christopher Walken is just awful. Anyway, my next one is
He's not awful. He's only awful when he tries to sing. The rest of it's
he's,
fine.
debatable. Anyway, Jordan, you remember that period of time where everything had to be in 3D?
Yes, I think we're still in that period of time.
No, but you remember that time in like 2007 and 2008, 2010, where like specifically movies were being made blank 3D?
Oh, you mean like 3D as in like the seeing in
Yeah, yeah,
depth
yeah.
wise? Oh, yes, sorry. I thought you meant 3D as in like
No, no, no. I mean
3D
like
models.
I meant like the glasses and whatnot.
Yeah, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah,
Do you
yeah,
remember
yeah.
Piranha 3D?
Yeah, I do. I do remember that. I think
That
I've seen
movie's
it.
you have seen it. We watched that one in theaters in 3D. We watched that in the full 3D. Well, I did. You didn't because
Well,
you can't see
I
3D.
well, I can't see 3D, so fuck you and your fucking
But
3D. I'm
there's
glad
a
that died.
this is Piranha 3D. This movie's okay. Just up top, this movie is very funny because yes, it's very much from that era. So there's points where like characters will like randomly and just toss shit at the camera. So like there's a point early on when a character just tosses something at someone like I think it's like a pair of sunglasses or something, just hands it to them and it hands it towards the camera in such an unnatural way so that the thing can
Yep.
come out at you. Yeah. Or this like the moments of like the
When they
people.
throw things towards the
Yeah,
camera where
yeah, yeah.
it's
Oh,
very obvious
yeah,
that it was
yeah, yeah.
3D.
Or like there's moments where characters are swimming around in a circle because clearly it's supposed to be like right in front of you. It's really funny. But okay, so Jordan, do you remember the plot of Piranha? Or do I have to tell you the plot of Piranha?
I just remember there being a scene, at least I think this was from Piranha, one of them, where there's the guy who's stuck at the bottom of the pool as the thing slowly sucks him through it.
No,
And then on the inside of the thing there's the piranha that are swimming around eating it.
oh yes, that was you've mashed up two deaths. I mean, it might be that might be, but part of that was in Final Destination where he gets sucked, his intestines get sucked through the hole.
Yeah,
Because like
no, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be an homage to that, where it's like the kid's stuck at the bottom of the pool and the piranhas are like eating him inside of the thing
I
from
don't.
below.
That's not in this one. No, either way, what you're thinking of, that's the second one, because the pipes is
Okay.
they get into the water park. That's the second one.
Yeah.
This is they're on the beach at the lake, and they the movie opens with a character who is it's oh, what's the actor's name?
After we do this, I'm gonna see if I can find that one.
Um shoot. Oh, Richard Dreyfuss. It's Richard Dreyfuss as his character from Jaws. The character guy who's like, "Ooh, go out to the boat and find the shark." You know that guy?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's that
I
character.
think.
It's basically that character. It's like an homage to that character, but he dresses and talks
Yeah.
just like him. And he's throwing dynamite, and he opens up a crevice, and it brings out all these prehistoric piranha, and the prehistoric piranha. All while, in the meanwhile, there is a spring break happening on the lake, and there's a bunch of nudity and partying, and the first thing about this movie that's funny is I can't remember what I said. The budget is relatively low, but all of the money went to the celebrity cast because there's just a bunch of famous people in this randomly. But this is like a B movie. Like this is like a late um
That was weird.
uh oh, that's because I bumped the water.
Your sound just there for a second was like,
Yeah,
and I'm like, whoa, am I just really high or is the sound screwing up?
for whatever
Both could
reason,
be true.
for whatever reason, it keeps hold on. Bear with me 1 second. It just keeps cutting out my fucking mic. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. I can hear you. So anyway, the star, like the voice cast of this or this the cast of this movie. That's it. Sorry, that was distracting. This movie has the vibe of like a late era, what's the word I'm looking for? Jason or Freddy movie. Where it's like, yeah, you just watch a bunch of people you don't recognize get slaughtered. Like, that's what. But, like, the cast in this is weirdly famous. Like, number one, I don't know if you remember this, but it's got Christopher Lloyd in it. He's the,
Really?
You don't remember that Christopher Lloyd's in this movie?
Oh, it's been years.
He's
No,
the,
I don't. I
he's
really,
the,
truly don't.
He's the scientist that tells him that the piranha, who tells him about the piranha.
Oh, that's funny.
It's got Adam Scott in it. It's got Jerry O'Connell in it. It's got Ving Rhames in it. It's just got a bunch of people who are like just too famous enough to do a movie like this. And so the main character of this is a teenage guy who has a crush on this girl who I couldn't tell if she's dating someone else or wants to date someone else. They're like childhood friends. She's recently come back, and he is has a crush on her, whatever. And he's got a little brother and sister, and he gets invited to go out on a porn boat for the afternoon. Jerry O'Connell, who is the best character in this movie, just as an aside, who is an absolute lunatic pornographer who has two girls, and he's basically lost his location person to get locations. And so he invites the guy to come onto the boat and basically I'll pay you a bunch of money and you come be the location scout while we shoot naked ladies. And the guy's like, obviously,
all right.
yeah, pretty much. Like, obviously, yes. Obviously, yes. But he gets told by his mother, who is the sheriff, that he has to babysit his brother and sister. So he pays them $60 to stay home, and they end up sneaking out to go fishing while he's on the boat with these people. And yeah, Jerry O'Connell is great. He's he's coked out the whole time. He's got my favorite line in the movie where he eventually falls into the water and half of his body gets eaten by the piranha, and they pull him up, and his legs have just been his legs and the lower half have just been completely deboned, and his legs is just
savage.
Bones. And he's like, they took my penis. They took my penis. And then
they took my penis.
And it's like, is my penis okay? Is my penis okay? And then the next shot is just his penis floating in the water as like a piranha eats it. It's funny. It's so funny.
It's fucked.
And it's fun. And it's one of those ones where it's like, you need to get people who want to be naked on camera. Who do you hire that's comfortable with being naked on camera, Jordan?
Porn stars.
You obviously hire porn stars. And so it's just really funny. We're like, wow, she's really committing to faking this. And you're like, I mean, I guess she's pretty used to faking stuff. So I guess this wouldn't be terribly difficult. But okay, the movie is, I Googled this, by the way. I Googled this. The movie is an hour and a half long, right? The sequence in which the piranha eat people, and I remember this when it first came out, is 25 minutes long. Between 25 minutes of just people getting like savagely, like brutally mauled by piranha and just getting eaten, or like there's a couple points where like they're all freaking out because everyone's getting eaten by piranha, and people and things are falling over, and there's this one point where this pole or whatever falls over and the woman gets sliced in half by it, and it does one of those like she slowly reacts as she cleanly falls apart, and it's brutal and it goes on forever and it's super violent. And the thing I discovered about, again, this is obviously the exception, right? Because this movie's really cartoonishly violent and it's in a fun way. Like the characters are so over the top that it's a fun way. But like I think I discovered about
it's a parody.
Kinda, yeah. It sort of. I wouldn't say it's meant to be a parody, but it ends up being parody levels of gore and violence, where the characters are parody. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's, but
over the top, I guess maybe is a better word.
Thing I discovered about animal attack movies is unlike, I said this on Toon Talk, but unlike a typical slasher flick, less so this one. We're gonna come back to this idea later, so put a pin in this idea, but. A thing I discovered with animal attack movies is that unlike a regular slasher serial killer movie where there's an element of morality involved in it, where like, okay, yeah, this guy's getting chopped to death by Jason, but you know he's done all that premarital sex and drugs and is an asshole and he deserves to get his brains bashed in. Unlike that, a lot of times in these movies, like the two girls who get eaten to death by the fucking piranha don't really deserve it. I don't really
but it's the equivalent of
so it's not fun watching them get torn apart.
Well, the reason why it's inherently different is the same reason why like an environmental one where you see them slowly get crushed by a rock slide
it's not fun
violently because it's not. There's no control. It's just a horrible accident.
Yeah, you're
it's
like, this person doesn't deserve it.
It's a force of. It's a, if you will, force of nature.
And in this case, like you want to consider the piranha as being evil because they look it. Like they're nasty, they're gnarly, they have huge teeth, they look
But they're
nasty.
still just
But they're
animals.
just animals. It's not their fault that you're in their lake and they're eating you, right? It's your fault for being on the lake.
I mean,
And
unless they're horrifically mutated and like modified ones that are specifically
yeah, exactly.
created to
That's
be.
kind of why I like Deep Blue Sea, because Deep Blue Sea is like, okay, no, they have these creatures do have a sense of like they are intentionally doing this. They are fucking with you. They are trying to eat you. Um, and I guess maybe you could argue that the movie's maybe trying to be like, well, they're porn people. Like it does kind of not. You don't feel bad for Jerry O'Connell, who's putting his everything into this performance. You don't feel bad when he gets eaten, but yeah, you do feel kind of bad when his co-star, when his stars get eaten, and you're like, she doesn't really deserve that. That's not really cool. She seemed nice.
Mm,
I
yeah,
feel bad.
she's a person.
Right, exactly, yeah. But anyway, this movie's really fun, but it's really violent. If you like really fun, violent, if you're like me and you like movies that are just violent for the sake of it, this is definitely one of those. It's fun. That's it. That is Piranha 3D.
All right. So my next one is a little movie called Over the Hedge.
Oh yes.
Justin, have you seen Over the Hedge?
Yes, I'm gonna say yes. I'm assuming it's the animated one with the raccoon and the squirrel, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I've seen it. Bruce Willis is the raccoon.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure I've seen it. It's one of those ones where like I'm like 90% sure I've seen it, but also I could be convinced that I've only ever seen most of it through clips on the internet.
Or watching over my shoulder on the plane.
One of those, yeah. Or you're watching it in the living room, yeah. One of those where I've never actually seen the full thing in one sitting, but I've definitely seen it. But it's I mean, oh man, it's a plot that's a dime a dozen. It's a guy who comes in, he pretends to be your friend, and then he's actually there to screw you over. Then he realizes he doesn't want to screw you over because he's actually your friend.
Yeah, I mean, it's your classic huckster story.
Yep.
Um,
I know I did an audio for the bit. I did an audio for the bit where on TikTok I did a lip sync where the bear is like, "You have to rob them or I'm going to eat you." I do remember that.
yeah, that's the bear. But so it's funny because the one thing that I find funny, anyways, is I never really thought about the name, like who actually played any of the characters.
Oh, that's funny.
Um,
I think Gary
I mean, that's
Shandling
just
is the turtle. I think if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, Gary Shandling is
Gary
Vern.
Shandling is the turtle. The only one I knew
Um,
for sure was Bruce Willis. Is another one that man he's a much better. I think he's one of those actors like
he's one of the
he's
ones who
such a
I
fun
didn't
voice actor.
I didn't realize again because like when I watch this for fun, I don't really care who plays the characters. But doing it for this, I never realized that RJ was Bruce Willis.
That's what makes Bruce Willis such a good man. Such a tragedy what's happening to that poor man. But he's such a good voice actor because he knows that you associate. It's sort of like Arnold is a bit different, but like him in particular, at least he seemed to recognize that you recognize him for his face. And when he can detach himself from his face, he can do things that are a little out there. So like
Yeah.
as much as I like this movie, one of my favorite Bruce Willis voice acting performances is always going to be Look Who's Talking, because if you told me
Oh, and he's the baby.
if you
Yeah.
didn't tell me that was Bruce Willis, I didn't know that was Bruce Willis till
No, I
like
would have
years
never
later.
known.
And that's it's fun that you say
Uh,
that the same thing about this. Like, yeah, that means it's a good vocal performance because he's created a character. You
yeah,
hear the character, you
absolutely.
don't hear the voice. And
Um,
that's why it bothers me when people are like, "Oh, I hate it when celebrities are stunt cast," because they're not always. Like another great voice actor in this is Steve Carell. Him as the squirrel is great. He's super fun.
I was gonna say he's another example of until I looked up that it was him. I didn't, or
Yeah,
this
yeah.
time I saw, I paid
I
attention
think
in the
he's
credits. I didn't notice that it was him.
I think he's basically
Um,
his character from Anchorman, but still, it's still a funny performance.
um, I knew that the one possum was William Shatner because
Yes,
he's
yes,
got a very
he's William
very
Shatner.
recognizable voice.
But yeah, this
But I
is
didn't
to my
realize
recollection though.
I didn't realize that the daughter was Avril Lavigne.
Really, that I don't
Yeah.
remember. But to me, this is another example of it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Oh,
Well,
and the bear is Nick Nolte.
really, that's another.
Yeah.
Now that you say that, that does make sense. But yeah, to my recollection, there's nothing special about this thematically, story wise, art wise. It's not even
Oh no, not
particularly
really.
impressively
It's
animated movie.
it's your Well, I mean, it's not bad animated.
Oh
It's
no, definitely not. There's parts in it where its use of upper aiming scale on the turtles. Sometimes I remember there's a couple of shots and it's like, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's not the worst that
um,
animation can be. 3D animation can be. It's not hoodwinked.
I will say though, so okay, um,
That I could say pretty
apparently,
comfortably.
apparently at one point there had been talks about there being a sequel. And the
Really?
reason why yeah, and the reason why a sequel never came is because they just weren't sure that it was financially viable.
I
That's
could
the
see
only
that
thing that stopped them.
because this didn't do
That
well.
being said, what?
This didn't do well.
Oh, I mean it did fine.
Who makes this, by
It
the way? Who makes this?
DreamWorks.
Oh, this is Dream. Yeah, okay, yeah. This is
It
what
did fine. Like it had a budget of 80 million and it made 339.8
I
million.
don't know, man. If the company,
But they just weren't sure that with a second one that it was going to be viable. I think from what I remember reading, they were like, why take a risk on this when what was it, Minions or
Madagascar,
this yeah
the penguins,
Madagascar, that was
the
it.
penguins of
That was it.
Madagascar.
Madagascar specifically. They were like, we could make a second one of those.
Oh, that's interesting. So this is pre. What year is this?
This was released April 30th, 2006.
Really? So okay, so that, well, yeah, okay, obviously, yeah. No shit, yeah. I didn't realize that this was before Madagascar 2, but after Madagascar 1. So yeah, Madagascar 1 was huge. Obviously, if you're gonna make an animal-based animated movie in your DreamWorks, you're gonna do Madagascar 2. That makes so much more sense. Like,
Um,
but also like there's a universe where
huh.
there's Over the Hedge 5 and Madagascar didn't get a sequel. Like there's a
So a
universe.
thing that I just learned. Huh. Fascinating.
But yeah, that
Fascinating.
does
I
make a
wouldn't have guessed that.
great deal of sense when you say that.
The Over the Hedge is based on a comic strip.
Yes, I knew that. I did know that. There
I
was
did not know that.
that popped up on my either Twitter or Threads. Somebody was
Michael Fry and T.
it
Lewis.
looks really similar. The art style looks really similar to Calvin and Hobbes. But yes, there's a lot
Yeah.
of people who were like they referred to this as a bastardized version of it. They're like it's not as good as the comic.
That doesn't surprise me.
Loosely adapted
Um,
from the comic is my understanding.
I will say that not so much a sequel because
Ooh, please, sorry, real quick.
I wouldn't.
Calvin and Hobbes or Pearls Before Swine? If you've ever seen Pearls Before Swine.
Fair enough. I wouldn't have necessarily seen a sequel movie to this. I am kind of surprised that we didn't get one of those cheap like
Yeah,
um,
absolutely. I think this is
How to Train Your
before
Dragon or
Madagascar.
Panda or Madagascar or any of those, the ones where they
I
made the shows.
suspect if this had come out after Madagascar 2, I think there would have been. I think this just came out too soon for them to realize that that was an option. That would be
At
my thing.
least,
Because you're
because
right,
yeah, I
it
mean,
absolutely could. You could absolutely get a decent voice match for any one of these characters and have it sound vaguely like and make a cheap ass television show. You could,
you could have had bad voice actors and it would have gotten the job done.
right? Absolutely,
Sorry,
absolutely.
I'm looking at the actual timeline. So yeah, Madagascar comes out in 2005. Over the Hedge comes out
For some reason,
2006.
I thought this was for sure.
And
I didn't
then
realize this was DreamWorks. I thought this was Blue Sky.
Madagascar 2 doesn't come out until the like late 2008.
Yep, I worked at the movie theater when Madagascar 2 came out. But yeah, I thought for sure I didn't realize this was DreamWorks. I thought for sure this was Blue Sky. This has such Blue Sky vibes to it. It does not have
Nope.
DreamWorks vibes to it. It's
It's very much a
it's
DreamWorks.
way too simple to be DreamWorks. But then again, DreamWorks was really simple when it started out. So like they
I
didn't
like
delve
this
into it.
movie.
Like that's the thing about I like DreamWorks movies, but like
Oh, and
we
for
talked
anyone
about
who's wondering where the nature comes in, not only are they animals, but the entire point of it is that their forest has been
it's really
cleared away
funny
by
that
suburban.
it's really funny as you felt the need to justify your connection to nature, and I'm just like, it's a movie that's eating. It's an animal that's eating people. But no, it's funny we were talking about narrative complexity and thematic complexity in terms of Pixar movies. But yeah, DreamWorks movies were so basic when they first started off, and they didn't get complex emotionally until now. And it's just so funny that Disney is so basic now, and DreamWorks is the one
I don't
putting
know. I
out the
mean, DreamWorks from fairly early on had
uh,
Princess and the Prince of Egypt and things like that, and that's fairly
no, but I'm talking about their 3D
or
animated movies. I'm
or
talking like
Road to El Dorado was also
no, but
fairly complex.
I'm talking about their 3D animated movies. Like you've got like yeah, you're nothing. You're
I mean, you had Shrek.
Shrek is pop culture fluff. Madagascar is pop culture. It's nothing. There's nothing to Madagascar. There's nothing. I like this movie, but it's nothing compared to like even a How to Train Your Dragon like 3, for example, where that movie's all emotional complexity, or How to Train Your Dragon 2, that movie's all emotion, like, or even like you wouldn't even, you couldn't even consider that Madagascar is the same people, or the people who made Madagascar also made Puss in Boots, right? Puss in Boots is an incredible movie about PTSD and trauma. That's from the same franchise that gives
Specifically
us
the second one.
Wait, no, Puss in Boots.
The
second one. Yes, sorry,
Dreamwish
yes,
one.
yes, that's what I meant. Sorry, I always forget about the first one. But yes, the second one. Yes, it's hard to, or even if you want to look at things that are coming out, that Mysterious Island one or whatever. To me, it's hard to imagine that a company that would make something that I would consider borderline art made the Madagascar movies, or even see, to me, when I go basic bitch DreamWorks movies, I go all the way back to Ants. Like, Ants is nothing compared to even your later, like, How to Train Your Dragon movies are 1,000 times
Yeah, I
more.
mean, for me, in terms of Illumination, to use a different studio, it's like comparing the Mario movie to Minions 1.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, they're just not the same.
They're very, very different animals.
Exactly. Um, yeah, exactly.
But yeah, no, I like this movie. I have a fun time every time I watch this movie. It's kind of a I don't like the word
I
guilty
don't like the word
pleasure,
guilty
but
pleasure. I don't know that I would consider this. I don't think that painting it as a guilty pleasure is fair, because I think it's a better. It's not great. Like, don't get me wrong. It is not an exceptional movie, but it is better than it has any right to be, and it is certainly, in my opinion, better than Madagascar.
I would definitely agree with that assessment. Um, I don't call it a guilty
Because, like,
pleasure.
yeah, this.
I call it popcorn.
Yeah, fair enough.
You
Like
know,
Piranha, to me, that's a
popcorn, it's
guilty
light.
pleasure. I feel slightly guilty that I like that movie.
You
This I
know,
would never feel guilty about liking.
popcorn. You know, it's light, it's fluffy. Yeah, maybe there's not a lot of substance to it, but I like it anyway.
Yeah, that's great. It's a good way to put it. Anyway, Jordan, is that over the hedge for you?
That is over the hedge for me.
What was next for me? Oh, speaking of depth, well, you picked an interesting one to lead into this one. So the whole reason for this list is because we did it live. Yes, I was on the Average Intelligence podcast this past week. We talked about Princess Mononoke, me and Jake. That was the whole reason I did this, was so I didn't have to watch a 10th movie. I fucking love this movie. I mean, I love Miyazaki generally. I love this movie. This was sort of the question that I came to by the end of that discussion, which was two-part question. What do you think is the best Miyazaki film? What do you think is his magnum opus, the best film he ever created? And what is your favorite? That's the question for the comments. That's the question I want you to answer in the comments for me right now. Pause the video, answer that question, and then I'm going to explain to you why I believe this is the best Miyazaki film, but why it's not my favorite. And I'm also going to aim to explain why it's fluid. Why, unlike when I was hard and stern about Cars being or The Good Dinosaur or whatever with Pixar, with this I believe it is fluid. You can convince me any of his movies are the best or your favorite. And now for Jake said that Princess Mononoke was the best and his favorite. For me, this I think is his best movie. But that comes with an asterisk of I haven't seen all of them yet, so maybe another one could be better. I don't know. I liked Boy and the Heron, and I do think that Boy and the Heron at the end has a lot of thematic things that are interesting. How that movie becomes, spoiler alert, seriously, earmuffs if you haven't seen Boy and the Heron, how that becomes a statement on his creation, on his world, on his work by the end of it. It becomes interesting. This starts off interesting and continues to be interesting. This is an exploration on man versus nature, on man versus man, on humanity. I just think it's a technically beautiful movie. The animation is stunning. The evil demon pigs and the way that the things crawl all over them is gross and awful and off-putting and incredible looking. I would even go so far as to say that I haven't never watched the Japanese version, but the dub, it does have a bit of that Miyazaki dryness to it that Miyazaki dubs have. I pointed that out to Jake, by the way. We've made fun of it a ton, me and you. The how every voice actor in a Miyazaki dub sounds like they're bored to tears, like they all sound like they're about
They're
to fall asleep.
talking like this, where they talk so
Oh,
seriously.
exactly. They all deliver their lines like this.
Just like this, where
Oh my
they're
god!
talking
Yes, exactly.
without
Yes.
any sort of depth
There are
into their voice.
certain movies that are worse than others. Like Ponyo, not Ponyo. The World of Ariete is always going to be the worst. Like that dub is awful. This kind of has that, but it's not egregious.
So it's at this point that I
Every
have to be like, what are we using to quantify the best? Like,
technical masterpiece, the animation, how like for me, you could pause any frame of Princess Mononoke, and Jake was telling me that there's a cell of animation for it that sold for like it was a lot. It was in the thousands. But
because I
you could
think
take
Howl's Moving Castle gives it a run for its
you could
money.
take any frame of this and it's a painting. There's a phrase where every frame is a painting of this movie. Every frame is a painting. It's all beautiful hand drawn animation that looks fucking gorgeous. That's where I'm like that's where I would say it is malleable. I've not seen Howl's Moving Castle, but I just don't see it changing my mind. So that's just I don't see it changing my mind. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying that I could walk out of that being like, no, I think it's the best. He kept comparing it to Spirited Away, and I was like, I just don't think they're the same kind of movie. Like to me, because to me, we've talked about this before on here, but Miyazaki films split into two camps. You've got whimsical and magical, and just for the sake of being whimsical and magical, and the idea of it is it's whimsy and it's magic, and then you've got it has something to say. It's trying to make a statement, trying to say something about something. This Princess Mononoke is the latter, and Spirited Away is the former. To me, Spirited Away is more akin to Totoro, where it's about a character experiencing a magical world. It's about a character experiencing the spirit world, rather than it is about trying to say something. That having been said, it's not my favorite Miyazaki film. That will forever and for always be Kiki's Delivery Service.
Kiki's Delivery Service.
Always going to be Kiki's Delivery Service. That is my favorite Miyazaki movie.
I've got a soft spot.
I will always love it. I think that movie is beautiful. I think it is gorgeous. At one point, had 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, and it deserves it. It's one of the best movies of all time. In terms of his best, I could be argued. I think we can all agree that his worst is The Wind Rises, though. I think we can all agree on that.
I mean, it's certainly the most boring.
See, that's what Jake said. Jake said the same thing. He was like, I certainly think it's the most boring. It is the most boring. That's what makes it the worst. It doesn't even, I mean, it tries to be whimsical at points, but it doesn't even have that whimsy that Miyazaki films are known for.
I just remember you and I watched it in theaters and were very disappointed.
Yeah, how bad it was. Yeah. I remember thinking, this isn't very good. It could be because I think we had watched
It was a time when we were at the one in Langley and we did a double feature. We watched two movies.
We watched The Hateful Eight and we watched this, and I think we watched The Hateful Eight first, and we were already pretty
Yeah,
dark.
which was already bad.
Yeah, which was already bad. So like, yeah, but like, I mean, I'm not gonna go through the plot of Princess Mononoke. It's okay. I'll do a speed run version of. Basically, guy gets poisoned by demon poison. He goes and he runs into a settlement village of women and men, women who are from brothels and are prostitutes, and men are lepers, and they are fighting with the forest and attempt to get the Forest King, which is a half deer, half human, and it's about conflict versus nature. They're trying to kill the spirit of the forest, and the forest is fighting back, and it's about the changing of like the ever present marching forward of industrialization. I just think it has the most to say. I think any movie that he made going forward is just another version of this. Like, I just think The Boy and the Heron is like, yeah, it's pretty, but it's just not as pretty as this. I just don't think it is. So Jordan, what do you think? What is your favorite, and what do you think is the best then?
I I mean, my favorite is definitely Kiki's. I have a soft spot for Kiki's delivery service. I always will. Um, again, I find it really hard for me to say what the best is because to me, you almost need to split that into two categories. What is the best of his like esoteric, like serious ones, like The Wind Rises or Boy and the Heron or Princess Mononoke, and what's his best like drug trip one, like My
Yeah,
Neighbor Totoro
you get
or
one.
Spirited Away or Howl's Moving Castle or like to me if I have to pick only one, I think Howl's Moving Castle is best because it mixes both.
Interesting. I'd have to see it because I'm like, I just don't
Because
see
like
it.
like there's without giving away like there's scenes where like you have a scarecrow which is hopping along following and like it's silly and it's like right, but then you also have moments where like there's this background thing story where like there's this war going on and you see the zeppelins and stuff flying and it just
Yeah,
to
to
me it
me,
merges the two.
it's not
And
just story though.
you talk about well no, but I was gonna say you talk about animation, which is art. It's art.
Yeah, that is fair. I see. I don't think I've seen Howl's Moving Castle. Someone's gonna tell me that I have. I don't remember. The only thing I know about it is that Christian Bale is the main character. I think I'm pretty sure. But
Well,
like,
not the main character, but he's a main character, one of them,
um, but yeah, I
I
haven't seen
think.
Howl's. There's also I've never seen Pocoroso. There's a bunch when
Yeah, me neither.
we are looking at top five lists. There was a couple I've never seen. Princess Kaguya. I've never seen that either.
That one I think I watched for this show.
Did you? Jake said it was bad.
I'm pretty sure that was one I've done. I mean, I've done that story. I know at least two or three times.
Oh yeah. Princess Kaguya. Yeah. Now that you say that, yeah. Yeah, I think you did do it. I've never seen it, so and there's one more in there of the Miyazaki films in particular that I've never seen. But like, if you were to come at me and be like My Neighbor Totoro because it's a feast for the eyes, and because I there was a comment I saw where people were like, oh, um, nothing happens in My Neighbor Totoro, and I'm like, well, yeah, that's the point of My Neighbor
That's the
Totoro.
point of that one.
It's
That's the
supposed to be
thing.
simple, a simple story with that is basic and simple, and it's just supposed to be about the stunning visuals. And yeah, I think you said it. You're like, yeah, when they're flying through the air on Totoro are stunning, and I'm like,
Yeah,
that's
I
hard to
mean,
argue for against.
especially when you think about the fact that it came out in the 80s or
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah,
and there's no computer assistance. They
no.
hand
I
animate
mean,
every
there is,
aspect of
but
it.
not in the way that I think there
Not in the
might.
way that there is
No,
now.
not in the way there is now. But like, it's the same thing with Kiki is also gorgeous because it's all hand drawn. So it's hard for me to
Yeah.
be like, I could see the case. But yeah, I think that's it. That's all I got. That's all I got on Princess Mononoke. Let me know in the comments. What again? Two parts. What do you think is the best? And what is your favorite? Like I said, Jake said Princess Mononoke for both. Jordan's going Howl's Moving Castle and Kiki. I'm going Princess Mononoke and Kiki. I want to know what you think. Comments down below. I don't know if this is going to be long enough to be an actual video. We will find out in the coming weeks, but it's certainly going to be shorts. So, that's it. That's Princess Mononoke. We haven't even gotten to the weird shit yet.
All right.
That's where you're supposed to
So,
respond with, we haven't gotten to the weird shit yet?
what do you define as weird shit?
That's what you're going to find out, Jordan.
Because now we're going to talk about the big year.
That
A
is,
world where people are way too invested in a bird competition that they don't get paid for.
you'd be surprised. People are pretty invested in bird watching competitions.
I stand by what I said.
Yeah, this is Jack Black, Steve Martin,
Steve
and
Martin, Jack Black, and Owen Wilson.
oh, it's Owen Wilson. For some reason, I thought the third was Martin Short. Really, Owen Wilson.
Owen Wilson.
That is a trio I would never expect. Yeah, this is one of supposedly.
Directed by David Frankel and written by Howard Franklin. Apparently, it was based on a nonfiction book.
Yeah. To my knowledge, this is one of Jack Black's better movies. He actually gets to be kind of quasi dramatic in this, to my knowledge. This and Bernie, I think, is the name of it. Where it's like, yeah, it's one of the few times he actually did a dramatic role, and apparently, it's actually kind of good.
I mean, I liked the movie. I had fun with the movie.
So
I
I can
don't know that
imagine
I would
Steve
say
Martin and Jack Black together. That's a
I
weird
liked the
combo.
movie. I had fun with the movie. I don't know that I would call what Jack Black was doing as serious.
I didn't say serious. I said drama. There's a difference.
I wouldn't necessarily even call it drama.
Yeah, more
Melodrama, melodrama, maybe.
Yeah, it's one of his more. He gets to be kind of melodramatic. It's not Steve's Lava Chicken Jack Black. It's when he's trying to be like a serious actor, from what I
I stand
recall.
by what I stand by what I said.
I just it's a note I remember about this when it came out was it was like yeah the people were like oh it's him trying to like break out of the school of rock kind of mode he's created for himself, and then he kind of went fuck it, we're leaning in, and then that sort of evolved into who he is now. But this was before that.
Apparently, the three actual birders' names were Sandy Comito, Al Levantin, and Greg Miller.
Oh, so two of them were Hispanic, and they've replaced them with two white guys. Nice, that's nice, that's excellent. The two whitest
I
guys at
can't
that.
I can't say whether or not they don't have Wikipedia articles.
Just
So,
based on your pronunciation of it, it sounded vaguely Hispanic.
I mean, I'm just reading it how I'm reading it. I can't say whether or not I'm reading it right.
Jordan, do they watch the bird that they want to watch by the end of the movie?
I mean, in the big year, they go and they across North America. Um, they end up seeing like the Owen Wilson's character sees like over, I think it was like over 500 species
It's a lot of birds, Jordan.
in 1 year.
It's great. It's a great number of birds.
And so the one thing that makes this weird is like they'll have the scenes where they're going and trying to look at and like they're paying ungodly amounts of money to fly across North America to go and look at these birds. Um, and but Jack Black is supposed to also have been working a full-time job while he's doing it, which I'm just like, okay, how are you finding the time, buddy?
I don't know how you're finding that. Where are you
Um,
finding the time, sir?
and so it makes it a little bit weird for me because there's like, because obviously it's over the course of a year, there's like a lot of time jumps,
Oh yeah,
and it's
yeah, yeah.
and it feels disjointed.
Bad
Um,
pacing. That's what you're describing as bad pacing.
yeah, a little bit. And so by the end of it, Jack
Yeah, why I
Black
cried
Whoa,
on
whoa,
Monday
whoa.
night?
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Go on. I'm listening.
Jack Black and Steve Martin's characters have become like friends, and Owen Wilson wins, and also there's this whole like subplot of like the birding thing is causing stress with their families. So like Owen Wilson's wife keeps taking injections in her butt to help her get pregnant because they're trying to have a baby, but he keeps fucking running off to go and look at birds while his wife is at home, pissed off that he keeps flying across the country to go and look at birds in a competition which does not get paid for. Meanwhile, they're wanting to like rebuild the house and like prepare it for babies, and then he comes back at one point near the end of the movie and like she was in bed with another dude or something, but they didn't actually have sex. And I was like, oh, she's definitely gonna have sex with another person by the time he's gone. He's not plowing the fields. Someone needs to plow the fields. She needs someone to plow the fields. She wants the crop. She's prepping the land for the crop, and the farmer isn't planting the seed, so she's got to go find another farmer. It's
He's,
only logical.
he's not
It
planting
makes
that
sense.
seed.
I don't, you don't blame the field for wanting to be plowed.
It's true.
Um, but no, she didn't actually end up, and I was like, oh, well, okay, that's surprising. Thought for sure she was gonna go and find another farmer. Um,
She likes this
I don't know.
farmer.
The movie was fine. Oh yeah, Jack Black ends up meeting a girl along the way, and so him and Steve Martin are friends now, and then he's also gotten the girlfriend out of it. So like he came in second. He wasn't actually the top birder, but like he got something a little more important than birds along the way. He got a cat.
That
Um,
that he did.
that's the big year. Apparently, this movie didn't do very well.
No, no, no. But to be fair, it's like I think this is like a small budgeted independent movie. They never do well.
It was a $41 million budget.
Yes,
It got 7.4 at the box office.
I guarantee you,
Did not do well.
probably paid Jack Black, Steve Martin, and Owen Wilson most of that budget.
Oh yeah, that was the other reason why there was no Over the Hedge 2. Is apparently for Over the Hedge 1, all of the celebrity voices agreed to do like to come in and basically do it at like cost, really
Oh,
cheap,
oh, at
basically.
scale.
because they were expecting whatever because they were expecting there to be a second one that they were gonna have to be paid full for, basically.
Which they
And then
wasn't.
they never made a second one.
That makes sense.
So,
That
sucks to
makes
be them.
sense.
But yeah, that's the big year. It's fine.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say something else there.
No, it's fine.
Oh, I
It was
thought
a fine
I
movie.
thought you were gonna add something insightful at the end there.
No, it's fine.
You're gonna
It was
leap in with
fine.
one of those typical Jordan barbs where you're gonna say something clever.
No,
Go on,
no,
Jordan.
it's this time it's really just it was fine.
Oh,
You know,
oh, okay,
it was okay.
okay.
I, it wasn't the worst movie I watched this week, but it wasn't the best.
You
I
know
don't
what's really
know.
funny? The worst movie I watched this week is gonna legitimately surprise you. Like legitimately, I'm pretty convinced it's gonna legitimately surprise you.
I mean, the worst one that I watched, or at least the one that I think was the worst, I guess I should word it that way, is not one that I would even say was bad. It just
The worst one I
of
saw won a
of
bunch of Oscars. I'm kidding.
of the movies that were at worst mediocre, it was near the bottom
Yeah, you're gonna
because
be.
because it was
To
depressing.
be fair, I'm not even 100% sure you've seen it. I think you have. Anyway, it's not the next one. That's for sure.
That's the big year. What's your next movie, Justin?
My next movie is Spiders. Jordan, spiders.
Spider-Man?
Big, big spiders.
Big
Gigantic,
hairy spiders?
gigantic spiders. Or this is eight-legged freaks, starring
Spiders?
I'm forgetting his name. David Arquette. I discovered watching this movie that David Arquette is really good at characters who seem like they should be smart but aren't, and he's really good at doing a dumb, stupid face. Like just really dumb, stupid face.
Are you
But
sure he's acting?
and also this is one of those um, animal attack movies where where was it going with this? Oh, another one where it's like too many people are in this or too famous. But the big conceit of this. Oh yeah, no, it was one of those ones where like there's at least a level of logic to it, like of its own internal logic, where the reasoning for the the spiders being gigantic is that they are pets of a spider museum guy, study guy, whatever, arachnatologist, whatever. I don't know. That's a real word. And he's been feeding them, accidentally feeding them, irradiated
Human blood?
worms or cockroaches or some sort of bug.
Oh, that makes
And
sense.
that radiation is what's causing them to get big. And the spiders in the movie are acting within the behaviors of the spider as they are described when they are regular sized, which they are a particular kind of. I can't remember what the kind of spider they are, but they're particular.
Wolf spider?
Not a wolf spider, no. I can't remember, but it's one of those spider, one of those.
Bird killer?
Yeah, it's basically one of those types of spiders where the female is really big, and the males are little, and part of their thing is that the males will take their prey basically to the female and offer it to them as like a present. So when the male gets you, it doesn't kill you right away. It doesn't kill you until it
So it
doesn't
feeds you to the queen.
pretty much, yeah. And so okay, the number one thing that this movie suffers from is it comes out in the early 2000s, so the CGI on the spiders looks like shit. Most of the animal CGI in these movies looks like shit, but this looks like particular shit. The other thing this suffers from is the fact that it's PG-13, so it's not violent, like it's not bloody. And the other thing that's really distracting is the spiders make what I would describe as Ewok noises. Like they're going like chupa chupa.
That paints an image.
Absolutely right. I couldn't think of a word to describe what the sounds they were making, but at one point they're like chupa 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 chupa. Like they're making sounds that kind of vaguely sound like that. Like they're making vocalizations, and it's really distracting because you're like, spiders don't have vocal cords. So I googled it. I googled it to make sure that I'm like, do spiders make noise? And Google consensus on Google was they make noise. They just don't make those kind of noises. Like they don't make like they hiss and stuff.
They would make like a chittering.
Yeah, or like a hissing.
Yeah.
But They don't
Like,
make
I could see them going like a.
yeah, like they're forming words in this, and it's really really confusing and really weird.
But
And
also they're gigantic spiders, gigantic mutant spiders. Maybe they developed them.
I suppose it's possible. But it's funny, yeah. So the big framing device, it's also funny because so the big framing device of this is one of the guys involved in the conflict with the spiders is a like conspiracy theory style radio shock jock, and part of the conflict of this is there's an evil once again there's an evil mayor who wants to shut down a local mine, but the guy who owns it died in the mine while looking for a rare vein of gold that will cause the small town to become prosperous again. And there's a kid character in there who's like really into spiders, so he keeps telling people about the spiders, and it's a nice change of pace in one of these movies where they're not like skeptical of it. Like the kid is like, yeah, this is what it's like. They see it, they instantly believe it, and then they jump into action. I was like, oh, it's kind of refreshing. But yeah, the big thing about this for me was it's just a really it was bland. More than anything, it was bland. There's just nothing. The spiders weren't all that terribly interesting. They're not there enough. Like there's huge like I will say it did contain. There was a chase sequence, which was kind of fun, where they're chasing one of the guys on a motorcycle, and he's like driving through the town on this motorcycle as he's running away from these giant spiders. He's like karate kicking the spiders. That was kind of fun. But yeah, they're CGI. They're CGI spiders, and the CGI wasn't good enough, and the depths weren't interesting enough. This was the moment where I was like, oh yeah, there's a moment where an old lady gets killed by a spider, and you're like, or her dog. There's a lot of animals who get killed in this, who make awful animal dying sounds, and you're like, oh, this is not fun. I'm not enjoying that. That dog didn't deserve that. That's not cool. That's it. That's Eight-Legged Freaks.
Okay, my last rapid fire is called "A Cry in the Wild." Your Mac notebook.
Exactly.
A Cry in the Wild, which for those who grew up in Canada and went to my school when I was a kid, we knew it as the novel Hatchet.
Americans also know it as Hatchet as well.
Do they?
Yeah.
Is that an international bestseller?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jake had heard of it. I was surprised by that.
Well, anyways, this is a movie based on that. I think it was a TV movie, technically.
It's not a direct adaptation. I just remember the number one thing. I think I've seen this movie, and it's not a direct adaptation. But also, to be fair, I think I learned way later is the guy. This was based on a true story. These movies, he made. There's more than one book. There's like 4 or 5 books, and they're
I remember
all
there
based
being
on,
more than I remember them being a few books.
Yeah. There's one where they ask him to go back and do it again, and that's the.
I think that was the second one.
Yeah,
that's the second book where he goes and he's on a river and they're like, "We'll supply you with a bunch of stuff," and he's like, "I remember the book. He's very much like it doesn't feel right. It feels like I'm cheating, basically."
Yeah. I do remember this movie. I remember that they changed quite a bit from the book. It's very loosely adapted from the book.
Well, from what I remember of the book and what I remember of this, they basically do that thing that all things based on books do, where like it hits the key notes but misses a lot of the details.
Yeah, but to be fair, that book is boring. It's just a lot of him in a cave discovering shit.
So like it hits the key notes of like, oh, he eats the bad berries which make him sick. He finds the raspberries, I think they're raspberries, blackberries or whatever. And the bear, he discovers the bear. He tosses his axe at the porcupine who comes into his home, and he creates the sparks, and that's where he figures. So it's like there's the beats that it
learns that the axe is it's a surprisingly good multi-tool. Yeah,
the hatchet. Yeah. Because there's a distinct difference between a hatchet and an axe, apparently.
Except for they don't do the bit because I remember there's a bit in the book where he swims into the wreckage for the plane is under. Correct me if I'm missing.
No, that's in the movie.
Is it where he swims into the plane? And it's fucking. I remember that bit in the book. It's scary as shit.
I mean, in the movie, like you don't see I believe in the book, like he sees the corpse or whatever. You don't obviously see that in the movie, but like.
Yeah, he sees the
No,
corpse on
yeah.
the
Basically,
it's been half eaten
and
by
this is
fishes
where
or
I
whatever.
don't remember. I don't remember if this is what it was like in the book. Because in the book, he's there for like a solid year or something like that. He's there for
Is
a
it a year?
long.
It's a while. I know it's at least a few months.
It's something. It's enough. It's enough where the seasons change.
Yeah, yeah.
Because like I remember there's a point where it becomes winter and he has to like he takes the rabbit and he like makes coats and stuff like that.
I do remember that.
That'll
Yeah.
help him. So like I know that he's there long enough that there's multiple seasons and the point of why he's able to then go and because in the movie it's like a hurricane comes through or something like that. But from what I remember in the book it had more to do with the change of the seasons where like it shifted things in the lake
Yeah.
basically, which is what made the plane visible so he could then find it so that he could swim into it. So it's like that's where I say the movie does that thing where it's like it hits the beats
Yeah.
but like the details are different. um so in terms of adaptions it's not the worst one I at least it's been so long since I've read the original. From what I remember anyway, it feels accurate.
Right?
I might have to go back and use a token or whatever in Audible and get Hatchet.
Hatchet. Hatchet
But
Town.
the only thing about this, which I don't like, if you're gonna base it on Hatchet, call it Hatchet.
Right? Right. It's weird that they
Why
did.
are you calling it a Cry in the Wild?
It's
Well, because they did that because then they could make sequels to this that have nothing to do with the story, the original story Hatchet.
really?
So there's yeah, so there's
But
a
there's like four books.
White Wolves: A Cry in the Wild 2, White Wolves 2, Legend of the Wild, White Wolves 3, Cry. That's right, Justin. They did White Wolf 2 twice. Um, and so like each one is about different kids that get lost in the wild.
Of course it is.
Because I briefly
Well,
skimmed it, and
it's
that's
Jane's
what
turn to get stuck in the wild this time. Hopefully she'll be fine.
um
she'll be alright.
yeah they came out and the last one the third one came out in the year 2000. That's how long they have been
Oh, interesting.
going for considering. So they did four over the course of 10 years.
Like they're popular movies.
um it's fine in terms of like a movie that's based on a thing that I know, it could be worse. I don't know.
I don't remember the thing well enough to feel attached to it, but I do remember it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I remember bits and pieces of the thing enough to be like, but not in quite the same way as, for example, The Giver.
Yeah. That was bad. That was a bad time. That was a bad time for everyone
So yeah,
involved.
that's a cry in the wild. I don't. I'm thinking this must have been a TV one because I'm not seeing anything about a box office. So
Fair enough. Jordan. Jordan. Jordan.
Justin,
Jordan.
Justin.
So this next one. Yeah, this was okay. This is Primate. I watched this because I kept seeing advertisements for it. It's
Is that
one of
like
those,
is that like a Planet Earth thing, but for primates?
no. I kept seeing like you described them once before, but those really fake looking inorganic TikTok videos of people being like, you gotta go watch Primate. It's the gnarliest movie you've ever
Oh
seen. It's
yeah,
so
those
disgusting.
ads.
I went and
Hate those.
saw Primate this weekend, and it totally traumatized me. And you're like, they can't be that bad. And so, it kept popping up this viral kind of marketing, and I was like, okay, I'll watch this movie. So yeah, Primate. It's basically it's another animal attack movie, but this time it's about as violent as a Terrifier movie. It's how I would describe it.
Oh, that sounds unpleasant.
This movie is basically, in a sentence, in a nutshell, somebody heard one of those stories that a chimpanzee can rip your face off and went, ooh, I can make a movie about that. And that's what this movie is. This movie is about a family. It's also why you, as rich white people, shouldn't get monkeys as pets, even though you can afford it like an idiot. Because this movie is basically, it's a rich white family. One of the dad is deaf, but he's deaf conveniently so the movie can have a sequence later where he doesn't hear the chimp attacking people. But he's a famous novelist who has a pet chimpanzee. The movie opens with this vet going to visit this chimpanzee, and he's like, "Oh, I'm here to make sure you're not sick or whatever." And the chimpanzee rips this man's face off like it's a fucking
as one does.
like it's a fucking Scooby-Doo mask, Jordan. It's really upsetting. And it flashes back a week prior, where you discover that the chimp belongs to this family, and the daughter has invited one of her childhood friends and another friend that she's met in college, and it's a pretty typical horror movie setup where they don't like each other, whatever, until the serial killer thing shows up, and it's revealed that the chimpanzee from earlier in the movie is, again, this family's chimpanzee, and that there was it seems off. It initially like grabs the one friend's arm and like holds on to it like really, really hard to the point that it's hurting. And this is like a beloved childhood pet who they describe as being extra smart, who communicates via a speak and spell, basically. And so it's revealed that this chimpanzee has been bitten by a mongoose. Really, that didn't really... Okay. It's bitten by a mongoose, and that mongoose has rabies. And
so like 1 week later, or any zombie movie.
Yeah. He bites him, and he has rabies. And
also, why was I supposed to react to mongoose?
Because mongoose is... Oh yeah, they live in Hawaii, by the way. This movie takes place in Hawaii because mongooses... pretty sure there aren't mongooses in Hawaii. Also, it's a mongoose. Mongooses are inherently silly. It's a silly thing to get rabies from, like a mouse or a rat or something.
I don't know. I think I might have had that reaction if you had been like a sloth. Like a sloth bit it, and it's like, oh, it's funny because it's so slow that the chances of getting bitten by a sloth, which is, I don't even think a creature that does bite, is ridiculous. I don't know a mongoose.
So the vet or the lab or whatever.
Now I have to look up what a mongoose is.
The lab that has basically tested the chimp calls the guy, the dad. And is like, yeah, he has rabies.
Oh, it's cute.
And
so it's basically it looks like a meerkat or a
yes, but
or a
ferret.
It's gonna bug me. Ferret, thank you.
But yeah, anyway, so the doctor or whatever phones him and is like, yeah, your chimp's got rabies, and the guy's like, that's impossible. Hawaii is a rabies-free state. Click. And then the scene from the beginning of the movie plays completely over again, and the vet gets his face ripped off like it's a fucking
mask, as previously stated.
Scooby-Doo mask, as previously stated. And escapes and chases them and traps them in the pool. So for a sizable portion of this movie, they're like trapped in the pool. And he's on the edge of the pool, which is on the edge of a cliff, and there's a boyfriend character, and he attempts to push the ape out of the pool, and the ape jumps out of the way and pushes him down, and he falls and lands on the rocks and just like gets crushed basically. It like turned into meat paste, and you're so like, oh no, such and such, you were hot. But yeah, it's one of those things where like none of these people are bad people. So when you see the ape just viciously just like beating the person to death with its fists in a car, and you just see the woman going poof, as you hear her bones crunch, is unpleasant and unfun. And like, I don't know a ton about rabies, but I don't think it makes you devious and evil. Like, it just keeps showing close-ups of the of the ape, and it seems like what the monkey is doing, or the chimpanzee is doing, is like malicious and intentional. And if you're gonna say they're of comparable intelligence to humans, I just don't think that that's what would happen if a primate got bit by rabies. I don't think rabies does that. It just seems like it's a built-in narrative excuse for the ape to go bullshit, to go ape, pardon the expression, ape shit and kill people. Like, but I just don't think rabies does that. Are you googling what rabies does?
Uh, Google, yes, I am. So symptoms. Uh, Initial symptoms include fever, headache, general weakness, or discomfort. As the virus progresses to the brain, it causes inflammation and symptoms like anxiety, confusion, hallucinations, and fear of water.
Oh, that explains why they go in the pool. Oh, so that makes sense. That explains why he won't go in the. Because in the movie they say he's afraid of water, and I was like, oh, I just assumed that the monkey was afraid of water. But oh, so
So that the
no,
symptoms of
nothing that they say rabies does. Nothing that the ape does
well,
in this movie.
hallucinations maybe.
Maybe. I mean, I guess I could see it enraging it. Yeah, the
Confusion or
confusion
hallucination.
making it enraged. I guess. But yeah, it's too violent.
Well, I mean, if it's hallucinating and it pulls on the face and it thinks that it's a smart enough ape, it thinks it's pulling a mask off.
No, it doesn't think it's pulling a mask off. It's just as violent and pulling. I use that as an analogy. It wasn't.
Oh.
Yeah. No, it ripped. It just ripped its face off of its skull. Like, ripped the face clean off, as though it were.
Yeah, it could be confusion.
It could be confusion and the anger that displays. And oh, the other big important thing, and the thing that kept pulling me out the whole movie is and I couldn't decide. I leave up to you which is worse. Like a bad, because I just don't think this movie has Planet of the Apes money. So what is worse, a badly CGI'd animal that's killing people, or an animal in a person in a bad animal costume?
How bad's the costume?
In my opinion, bad. It's noticeable that it's not a chimpanzee. It's too big to be a person. Like, it's very evidently a person in a
I'd
costume.
probably
Like,
lean towards
obviously
the
so.
I'd probably lean towards the CG then.
Because, like, here's the thing though. Because I've seen gorillas in movies and television where it's a guy, like, great example, George of the Jungle. That's very definitely a guy in a gorilla suit, but it never looks distracting or bad. Like, it at least the person in the suit
It doesn't pull focus, is what you're saying.
yeah, it doesn't pull me. This is like, he's too tall to be a chimpanzee. Like, he's just too
Well, and
big.
the reason why it's worse here, or why it's more noticeable, is because the ape is supposed to be the focus.
Yeah,
So in the example you have cited, that gorilla that's in a gorilla suit isn't supposed to be the main focus of the scene, and so it doesn't pull focus as a result.
I think it's
This is
also.
supposed to be, and so it does pull focus.
I think it also. But to be fair, a lot of the violence that the ape commits on people is not dissimilar to what an ape would commit to. Like I say, it really does feel like someone read that story of that lady who had the chimpanzee, and the lady who had the chimpanzee, and it bit her, or it ripped her face off, or bit her face off, her friend's face off, or whatever. This movie feels like someone read that story and then read anecdotes about chimps attacking people, and that's where this movie is born from. But the reasoning for the chimp attacking people is just so ridiculous. And like I say, it's closer to, like, in terms of its violence, it's not cartoony enough to be fun. It's more close to a Terrifier movie, or a
So it's
modern
bad.
Saw movie, where it's like, it's just too much. Where I'm like, it's not like I say, it's not animated enough or cartoony enough to be where I'm like, oh, this is, yeah, sure, her face, or she's getting her face bashed in, but, like, it's at least colorful, or this person maybe deserves it. Like, I just don't think any
Yeah.
of the characters in this movie deserve. Heck, the ape doesn't even deserve what happens to it in this movie. Like, it didn't
Sounds
deserve.
like you're it just sounds like you're saying what I said about Terrifier 3.
Yeah, but it's, I guess, because it's when it's a clown, it's a random versus an animal. I don't know. I guess it just feels worse for me. I don't know. I guess because I like animals more than people. Maybe, I don't know. But anyway, that is primate. Bad, 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 definitely bad.
So it's at this venture that unless you have anything else to add,
I do not.
it's time that we move on to the have scenes. So my next two have scenes have one very specific thing in common, and after I tell you about the second one, we'll see if you can guess what it is. But first, we talk about the first one, which is Tarzan. It came out in 1999, and it would, in my opinion, not be nearly as good if it wasn't for the music.
Yeah, you asked me that. You're like, if you took away the music, would it be as fondly remembered? And I don't know. I don't know.
I just don't think it would.
It
I
has
think it would
some
fall into,
really pretty animation though.
yeah, but I think it would fall into the category of just another Tarzan story. This
Yeah.
elevates it to the top of the pile.
To be fair, they've never actually done a good adaptation of Tarzan. This
This
included.
this takes it to the top of the pile, though.
This is a good movie, but it's not a good adaptation of Tarzan. But to be fair, I don't think you could ever do a good adaptation of Tarzan. That book series is problematic.
I don't know enough about the original material to comment on that.
It's a
Um,
bunch. It's a bunch of colonist racism about Africans that we don't need to
yeah, I
talk
don't know.
about.
I don't know enough about that to comment on that, so I'm not going to. So this one has it's got great songs. It had a budget of 130 million and it had a box office of 448.2 million. It had two direct to video follow-ups.
And a
It
show.
had a show.
And a show.
And That's what I said. It had a show. Um, and I like it.
And a show that nobody remembers.
Oh yeah, and a hint, a hint. Keep in mind the name of the singer
Phil
for
Collins.
the songs.
Phil
Yes,
Collins.
keep that in mind when
Phil
I get to
Collins.
the second one,
The Phil Collins
my
movie.
second movie.
This is the movie that this song "You'll Be in My Heart" is the song that beat out "Blame Canada" for the Oscar. The reason
Yeah,
why Trey Parker hates Phil Collins,
and Phil
which like
Collins is connected to Balto.
oh, oh all right then yeah, there's the sequences where the big thing I remember about this was the sequence where he's surfing on the vines sequences. They took surfers and they like watched surfers, and that's how because they did a series of I just remember there was a series of behind the scenes of them talking about how they did the animation, and that was yeah, they watch people surf, and that's why him riding on the vines takes the shape of him surfing, because that's where that comes from.
Interesting. And his hair was a big deal as well.
Mm-hmm. This is
Also in terms of villain deaths
ooh, brutal,
for Disney,
brutal.
this has to up with Frollo. This has to be one of the darker
I
ones
mean,
where you can see his shadow of him
you
hanging.
see him get hung. You hear him get hung. You hear the sound of it snapping. He gets hung. He hangs himself. It's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
Um,
Um,
I remember my mom beat this video game that's based on this for some reason. I have a memory of that.
it's disappointing that because of the Edgar Rice Burroughs family, whatever, Inc. people, that the use of this version of the character is pretty much indefinitely on hold.
Pretty well. For
Um,
whatever reason, they're still allowed
it's
to have
why,
the treehouse at Disneyland for some reason, though.
yeah, but like otherwise, like I think it's a thing where he's allowed to exist in the things that already exist. He's not allowed to be in anything new.
Yeah, I know that. I don't know
Um,
the exact story behind it. I just know that what Disney being Disney misused their use of the rights to this, and it pissed off the Edgar Rice Burroughs family, which pretty
um,
peak Disney. Sure sounds like them.
Apparently, yeah. So the only things that are omitted from the deal, basically, which stops them from using it. The only things that Disney is allowed to use Tarzan for is Disney Emoji Blitz, Tarzan's Treehouse, the attraction,
Yes,
and the 2011 video game Connect Disneyland Adventures.
that's specific.
I mean,
That
that's
feels
because
oddly
that's a Disney.
specific.
It's because it was omitted due to licensing issues, apparently. But yeah, as a result, we they can't. That's why none of the Tarzan characters were in the House of Mouse
Yep.
show. Is because of that. That's why the Tarzan world in Kingdom Hearts has never been allowed to return. Is because of that. Um, it's annoying, but yeah, it's a thing. Yeah, that's Tarzan.
It's a
I
whole
love this
thing.
movie. I have a deep fondness for this movie. Um, and I never really thought about who played Tantor until I watched it again this time, and I'm like, oh, that's Wayne Knight.
Yeah, it's quite nice. Newman. Newman.
Newman.
Newman.
Other than that, the voices, I mean, Rosie O'Donnell plays Turk,
Yeah, that
but
she does.
I don't think there's any like, oh my God, it's that person.
They attempted to make a Broadway musical out of this, and the most notable part of it that I remember is I'm pretty sure I said this, and I'm almost entirely positive I was wrong, but I know he sings. It might be "Strangers Like Me," but there's a song, a big focal point of that musical is they do a variation of you've seen it. We saw it when they did that show at Playland, but where the fabric comes down from the ceiling, and I can't remember what it's called, but it's basically fabric dancing, where you like swing around on the fabrics and you dance with it or whatever.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
They do a
They have
variation.
they do that at one point in this where they're in the Strangers Like Me with Jane and
The
Tarzan.
in the they've attempted to make a Broadway version of this work, and it never has because number one, he Tarzan is, I think he's monosyllabic until he sings, and it's weird, but I think he sings "Strangers Like Me." They have him sing "Strangers Like Me," and part of it's either "Strangers Like Me" or "You'll Be in My Heart," but there's a big portion of it where he's doing that kind of dancing off of vines on stage, and
Uh, so
it looks really awkward. That's all I remember about it.
before before we move on from this movie, I have to do that thing that we do where I pick apart a children's movie. So two major things that kind of drove me a little crazy this time. One, who were Tarzan's parents, and why do you think they murdered that entire ship full of people to escape?
Technically,
That
they.
ship was huge, Justin. That was not like a boat. That was like a ship that you have an entire crew and multiple people on. And you're telling me them and their baby were the only ones that escaped from a ship burning in the sea and like sinking? No, Justin. They intentionally sank that ship to get away from the people so that they could escape into the
I
jungle.
think the implication is that there were other crew that made it into the jungle that they just got eaten. I'm pretty sure that's the implication.
No, in that opening song, the only people that we see on a boat sailing away are Tarzan and his parents. We never
Uh,
see any of the other people,
Maybe they all went down with the
so they
ship then.
died.
What's your other beef?
My other beef is okay. What's the delineation here of what animals can and can't talk? Because, like, okay, if we only ever saw the gorillas talk, then that would bother me
Yeah,
less
because he's speaking gorilla.
because like he's speaking gorilla, right? But then you have Tantor. So did Tantor learn gorilla or did they all learn elephant?
I think the
And like you don't see like the baboons don't talk. What Sabor doesn't talk. None of the animals talk. So is Tantor speaking gorilla? How does an elephant speak gorilla?
I think they're speaking elephant.
Because all of the gorillas seem to understand Tantor.
Because like I could be, I might be mistaking this with
And I could totally believe that it was an episode in the show where they explain it, but like I'm just going off of this
Oh,
movie.
I could be. This is an example. I could be mixing up Jungle Book and Tarzan. But in one of those, there is an explanation in the books where it's all of the animals have. I might be. This might be Jungle Book, but it's something to the
I'm
effect
pretty
of
sure in Jungle Book they have a line, or maybe in the live action one in particular. I believe they have a line where they're like they all speak the language of the jungle. or something like
Maybe it
that.
is Tarzan. But anyway, there's one of those book series based on the jungle. Part of it is all of the animals speak their own language, and the main white savior character of the story understands the different languages. It might be Tarzan then.
That's no, that sounds like George of the Jungle.
Well, George of the Jungle is a parody of Tarzan, so
Okay,
so he would have gotten
that
it from.
sounds that, but I'm saying in terms of what you would have
I think that's a thing from the
like
books.
seen. Yeah, but you never read the books.
No, but I'm from. Yeah, this knowledge is adult knowledge.
Ah,
I am familiar with them now, and I think that's a detail from. But also, it might be a bit from the Jungle Book books. That sounds like
either way, that was just a thing where I was like, has anyone tried talking to Sabor? Maybe he's a really nice, just really
Yeah.
understanding guy.
Yeah,
Girl,
girl. The Sabor's female.
girl.
Yeah, maybe she's reasonable. Maybe if you fed her like a slab of beef every once in a while, she chilled the fuck out.
She might fuck off and leave you guys alone.
Right,
You know,
right.
I'm just saying.
Have you considered the fact that maybe she's just
Um,
hungry? She could just be hungry, Tarzan. Stop being a dick.
just give her one of the 8 children every now and then.
How come Sabor is the one you're willing to murder? Just putting that out there.
But you wouldn't kill the human.
I'm just saying, these animals are anthropomorphic, so what you're doing is murder.
I'm just saying.
It's murder.
It's murder. He murdered.
But also,
that
Tarzan is not a. Again, from my recollection in the books, he's not a great guy.
Well, I mean, no. This is of course a Disneyfied version.
So
So,
like he's Tarzan as a character is willing to murder. Is my point.
in all of these stories,
He's
the
not a
original
bluff
versions were
murderer.
darker. The original version of Jungle Book, he goes and he gets the elephants to murder all the humans.
Yeah,
So
they reject him at the end of it, and then he has the elephants murder them.
yeah. So
Fun fact. Yeah, I know there's something involving. There's a particular tribe that is in the original books of Tarzan that is really racist. That, the movie no movie has ever done. Also, a question I asked is: so wait, does Tarzan shave, or is he just
maybe
is he just a hairless man? Somehow
he
a
might
hairless
just be
man.
he might just be a hairless man.
Fun fact.
Maybe it's the gorillas who are plucking the hairs from him.
See, fun fact I learned from from Brian Rayworth, Michael's brother. He was on a show. He taught me that in the books he shaves.
Oh well, all right then. There you go. He probably shaves.
Yeah. So I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I just assumed he had some rare form of alopecia.
I was kind of, when I know that they tried to make the show about like the adult Tarzan. I'm kind of surprised they never did like a prequel movie where we saw more of Tarzan as a kid.
They did. It's called Tarzan 2.
Did they?
Mhm. It's called
And I
Tarzan
remember
2.
that being. I remember Tarzan 2 being about him and Jane afterwards.
They did. Maybe it's not Tarzan 2, but they did. There's another movie that involves Tarzan as a kid. I'm pretty sure it was Tarzan 2. I think the one you're thinking of has a different name. But yes, it exists. They definitely made it. It had Kid
The
Tantor.
one that I'm thinking of was basically just the.
It's 3 episodes
it
of
was
the show, but
Yeah.
there is one. It was straight to DVD. I'm almost entirely positive it was Tarzan 2.
I believe you. I just don't know. I just don't know.
Jordan, is that it for Tarzan?
Yes. Yes, it is. So yeah, the show takes place right where the film left off, and it ran from 2001 to
But
2003.
it also does a bunch of stuff that I remember. It also one of those like takes place in its own universe. kind of
Oh,
stories.
that's what it is. The one that I'm thinking of is called Tarzan and Jane.
Yes, that was it. Yes, the one you're thinking was
The
Tarzan.
one
That
that
was
you're
it.
talking.
That was it. Tarzan 2 was
The
him as a
one you're
kid. Tarzan and Jane
thinking
is yes.
Yeah.
It's Roman numeral 2. It's Tarzan Roman numeral 2. Tarzan 2.
Yes, it is.
I remember because I had the cover of him as a kid on it. I've never seen it because I have no interest in Tarzan as a kid. Like none, literally none. I do remember Tarzan.
I might have as a kid, but as an adult, no. That just sounds like a thing that's for kids.
Right, Tarzan and Tarzan and Jane was 3 episodes of the show that was mashed together. That's one of those. That much I do remember. The animation looks like shit, and none of the original voice actors come back, to my recollection. Anyway.
Yeah, it uses 3 then unaired episodes from the show.
Yep. It's one of the few ones that actually made it into a show. A reasonably successful one at that.
But yeah, no, that's Tarzan.
Oh, Jordan, let me ask you this question. Let
Go
me
on.
ask you this question. Have you heard of a man? A man by the name of Steve Irwin, the
No, never,
crocodile
never,
hunter.
never once. He's faded to the annals of history. I don't know who you're talking about.
Perhaps you know of his son, Robert, Bobby
Oh,
Irwin.
him I know. Of course I know him.
You know
Him and
his,
his daughter.
you know,
The daughter too. Yeah, yeah.
his dad, Steve Irwin. Jordan. He was a guy called the Crocodile Hunter, and he made a movie called Crocodile
What?
Hunter: Collision Course.
I like that movie.
So, okay, jumping just
Be
headfirst into this movie.
be kind. I like that
So
movie.
number one thing, okay, I need you to understand that I have a deep nostalgic love for this movie, and all the critical things I'm about to say about this movie come from a place of love. But there will be critical things I say about this movie. It's not a very good movie, Jordan. It's
Be kind.
just
Be kind, Justin.
straight up, not a very good movie.
You're breaking my heart.
As a movie, it is incoherent nonsense. It doesn't even have this. Okay, the big thing is Jordan. You know how it sort of feels like Terry Irwin and Steve Irwin are in a completely different movie?
Yeah.
That's because they are, Jordan. They are in a completely different movie. So the big thing is, well, okay, I believe this to a point. I will preface this with this, but allegedly, Steve knew nothing about this movie that he was in. He didn't know anything about it when he was making. He didn't know what the script was. He didn't know what the plot was. He didn't know what it was about because they didn't.
I mean,
want
it would make sense because all the parts with him and Bindi have absolutely nothing to go
not Bindi, Terry.
do with
Bindi is his
Barry,
daughter.
rather. Has nothing to do with the plot in any
No,
ways, and it's
absolutely
like
fucking not.
completely unrelated.
It's just an episode of The Crocodile Hunter. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And what's funny is I didn't notice this as a kid. I remember I watched this in theaters for some reason. I remember watching this. I remember watching this in Richmond Center. Like I remember watching this at Richmond Center, because we had family who were really into The Crocodile Hunter for some reason.
Yeah, they were. They really were.
They took us to watch this, but. The thing I didn't notice is all of the sections with Steve Irwin and his wife Terry Irwin are all in a different aspect ratio. They're all in a
It's
smaller,
in the TV. They're in the TV aspect.
It's in the TV aspect ratio, and when they're showing you movie stuff, it's the movie aspect ratio. And when the characters from the movie enter Steve Irwin's world, it remains in the Steve Irwin aspect ratio.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I know, which is really
notice
funny.
that.
That's a really funny joke that you wouldn't notice if you're not a movie nerd, you would not notice that. But like the bit about him not knowing what movie he's in because he never because the whole like inciting incident of this is a crocodile accidentally eats a CIA beacon, and the movie is the CIA is trying to get this beacon which contains information that could change the world from this crocodile, all while also there's a farmer and Boromir from Lord of the Rings. I'm not kidding. It's the actor who plays Boromir. It drove me crazy the whole movie. He's apparently Australian. Go figure.
That's funny.
He's in this as a cop, and he's trying to like get this farmer to not shoot and kill this croc who has eaten this beacon. And there's a bit at the end.
The beacon, and it keeps harassing her farm creatures too.
Yeah, it
which
keeps
is
trying
why
to
she's so
eat.
pissed off at her.
It keeps trying to eat her cows or whatever. Yeah, and so there's a bit at the end where
It's on my land. I'm gonna turn it into a pair of boots.
There's a bit at the end where the storylines intersect, and Steve Irwin thinks that the CIA agents are poachers.
Poachers.
And when they say that he doesn't know what the plot of this movie is, I don't believe him, or I don't believe this anecdote because there's a huge section where he's fist fighting a guy on top of a truck while saying one-liners that are exceptionally funny and random. And like I can't. It's hard to tell if it's him or a stunt double. Like that's how like all right some of these shots are. When I'm like, he had to know what he was doing because he's fist fighting this guy on top of a moving vehicle. Like he has to know he's in an action movie, right?
I fully believe that he knew that he was in a movie. I also believe that he maybe didn't know what the movie was.
Maybe,
but like
maybe
he had to have known he was in a movie.
I guess
unless he thought that it was like for the show.
No, he knew. I guess he knew he was in a movie, but I guess my point is like, when you think he got to the point where he's doing the big fight on top of the truck and he still didn't know the plot of the movie? Like, I just feel like he would have had to by that point. No, like I
I mean,
believe.
no, not necessarily. They might have only told him that, like, oh, we need, like, again, if he doesn't know what movie he's in, but he know that he's going to be in a scene of a movie, it really depends on what they told him.
I
Like,
guess.
if they're like, we need you to be in one scene, you're going to be fighting on top of a thing, but like they don't give him any
I
details.
guess because the idea
That I
was
could see.
they didn't want him
But like,
knowing
no, there's no
anything.
way. There's no way that he's completely in the dark about the fact that he's in a
No,
movie.
no, no. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's no way he didn't know what the. At least I don't believe the anecdote that he didn't know what the. I just
No,
don't.
I could believe
I
that.
just don't. But they
Just
say they say
knowing nowadays how like what they do with like what the extents they'll go
they
to for like Marvel movies
they
where people don't know. No, I believe that he might not have known.
they said that for the crocodile hunter portions where it's just I believe then he didn't know what it was, but by the time he's doing the action sequence, no, he knows what it's about, but there's no way he doesn't. But there's all the bits. Apparently they shot like what, so a lot of it just feels like, yeah, they just followed them around with a camera and just filmed them, which they did. Like apparently like there's like hundreds of hours of them just doing of them interacting with animals, and they selected certain ones. But the movie's hilarious because it will just come to a grinding halt. Like they're doing like, it's like 20 minutes in, and he's there's a big long sequence of him interacting
I think it was a
with
snake.
well, no, initially he runs into a joey. They save a
Yeah,
joey,
yeah.
and then he runs into multiple snakes actually. But there's a bit where the plot has finally kicked in. They've done a bunch of exposition with the CIA guy. Feels like the plot's finally getting going, and then it comes to a grinding halt because Steve finds a snake on the side of the road, and then there's just an extra long 2 to 3 minute scene of him like dancing with. It's a wonder that man didn't. Not to be insensitive, but there's a wonder that man didn't die sooner, because like he sure died the way he lived, fucking with animals. Because like,
Fucking around and finding out.
but it's funny to watch. Like a lot of these movies are funny to watch because they start to become bothersome when you know about animals. But I had a theory because I'm like, he is sort of in a way partially responsible for people's negative perception of snakes. And arguably, because he kept presenting them as being more dangerous than they were. Like there's points in this scene in this movie where he's like holding the snake out of reach so it can't get him, and the snake is trying to get away. Like you could tell that if you had just walked up on the snake, it would just run away. Like a snake is never going to out and out attack you out of aggression, because that's just not how snakes work. Like
Depends on the snake, but generally speaking, yeah.
snakes don't go in after anything that are bigger than them. That's just how they work. So a snake is never gonna. It will fight if you corner it. Like if you lift up a rock and had nowhere to go, it would strike you. But the only times a snake will like legit attempt to strike you is if it thinks you're food. So like, but I had that thought. I'm like, oh, Steve Irwin was so smart and so empathetic. He did that on purpose. At least this is, I cannot say this without confirming it, not knowing him, but my theory is he did that on purpose. He did that danger, because he says a lot of shit about crocs and their aggression, which I believe to a degree is true, but a croc will never go out of its way to attack you. Like not really. That's just not how crocs work. I've learned.
Yeah, it depends on the scenario.
It's just not how crocs work. They're ambush predators. They're ambush
Right,
predators.
so that's where I'm like, if you're in the
It
middle
might
of the
bite
water
you.
and they think it can.
It might bite you, but it's not going to try to eat you. Much like a shark, it'll bite you. It'll do a death roll, and it'll probably kill you, but it won't try to eat you because you're just too big. You're too big to ingest, and it won't sit there and try to chew you, because that's not how crocs work. Crocs want something that they can eat all at once. But he did that on purpose. At least I believe he did. Same thing with snakes. He did that so you wouldn't walk up after watching a show and fuck with them and try to be like him. Like that's why he did that. I fully believe that he did that so you would leave well enough alone. That you could observe these things from the home of your living room, enjoy them with him. But he's so charming. The other thing I picked up from this, my boy Steve liked dirty jokes. Like he sneaks by so many dirty jokes in this that you don't even notice are there. Like there's one point where he's dangling the snake, and the snake wheels back and tries to get him in the groin, and he's like, "Can you imagine if it got me right there?" There's a point where they where they rescue the croc and they get the croc in the
In the
boat,
boat.
and they're both exhausted and they're laying down, and he has a face on his look on his face that's like better than sex, and he smacks Terry in the ass and he goes, "Atta girl." That's so funny. But I like there's so many the parts of this that there's not a ton of information I could find on the behind the scenes of this. But I know that they didn't have him learn lines because there's a bit at the end where they're having him read the final narration of what happened to all the characters in the movie. And there's a bunch of outtakes of him struggling through it. He just can't do it. And the final outtake is did I do it? Yes! So I fully believe that they didn't have him memorize lines. Terry in particular, she has moments where she's trying to do line reads and they're all awful. You're like, oh, stick to your day job of running a zoo. Don't pursue an acting career. But
unless it's a reality TV.
Yeah, unless it's on reality television, exactly. Stick to reality TV. But yeah, it's a very strange. But my ultimate point is, they should make a sequel. They should make a second one. They should make a sequel, and they should have Robert Irwin be in it. Because I had that thought when I was watching. Who's more famous, Bindi or Robert? Jake said Robert.
I would say Robert because he's more the face.
Right?
He's more the face, and B, he has the unfortunate, however you want to look at it. He's the son.
Yeah.
So he's gonna look more like the dad.
Here's what I would say. I would say because Jake.
I'm not wrong.
The twins said Robert. I don't disagree with you, but the twins said Robert. Jake said at one point it was Bindi. Bindi was more famous. She was more well known. And then as Robert got older and he became an adult, she kind of stepped back a little bit from the limelight to be more of a family person. He became more famous. So I would say it's fairly. The reason why I ask is because initially I was like, do a sequel, have Robert be the star, and have him because he can act. Have it give it a bit more of a narrative and don't do it quite that where he's half of the movie is just an episode of and give him and do like a sequel and have it be a tribute to his dad, and then maybe you can have Bindi be in there as like a cameo or something, and the mom's in there as a cameo.
I absolutely want that, but I'm just saying it. Biopic where he plays his dad.
I mean, I'm down for a biopic where he plays his dad, but I want a straight sequel.
I'm saying both.
Oh, both. I'd be down for both. I mean, okay, I don't know that I'd want Robert to play Steve, but I'm totally with you on a biopic about Steve Irwin. Just generally. That's a good idea, and I'm down for that. And I do think he's enough of a character that you could just like I think they should do a Bob Ross biopic. You absolutely could, and would totally work. But no, I want it I do kind of want to do where they do a second one, but I don't know. He's not popular in the way that because this movie is such an anomaly. Nobody really realized just how popular of a personality and a character and a show the Crocodile Hunter was, and I just don't think that I'm up two minds.
Because we came from a time. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I do think he is popular enough that you could do a movie based.
I think he's getting there.
I just don't know if it's in the same way though, and I don't know. I'm not as. I do think they should make it, and I would totally watch it. And I think he is popular enough and famous enough that you could do a sequel to this and have it maintain the same spirit and have half of it be just an episode of Crikey, It's the Irwins. I do think that's funny. I do think that's possible. I do think you could do it, and I do think it would work. But also, something a bit more narrative heavy where he gets to be a bit more involved in the narrative portions of it also would be fun. But yes, make a sequel to this, but Robert Irwin as the star. And have Bindi either be a secondary character or like a cameo, and the mom's a cameo. Also include the husband as well. I think it'd be fun. I think you could totally sell it.
I don't know. I would need to see it.
But don't get me wrong. Just to wrap up, don't get me wrong. This is not a good movie.
I think you would have an easier time doing a Steve Irwin biopic than you would.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. There's no way you're not gonna. That's my dream. You're not selling a. No executive is gonna fund a sequel to a movie that I'm pretty sure bombed. I'm almost entirely sure didn't do very well. but like I watched it in theaters. I definitely remember watching it in theaters. Yeah, no, it's not. It's don't get me wrong. None of the like all of the story acting is just not very. Oh, that was the other bit I want to say. The farmer in this, I don't have sympathy for her because like stop putting your cows near the edge of the water. Crocs don't come on to land. Because at the end she's like, well, if it comes on to land and attacks me animals, then we'll have a real problem. And I'm like, but that is not how crocs work. They are ambush predators they're very slow. Like they can move at a speed. In fact there's an episode of fucking Mythbusters that I'm gonna end up putting another clip of Mythbusters in my video again. But there's an episode of Mythbusters where they attempted to test the myth where you can run away from a croc by zigzagging, and they couldn't get the crocs to chase them. Yeah, they couldn't get the crocs to chase them because crocs attack in water. They don't attack on land because they're slow.
Crocs are lazy.
Yeah, exactly. They'll do one big burst of energy and attack you, and then that's kind of it. They won't try again because that's just not how they work.
Of course, there's always extraneous circumstances and things that are outside the norm, but the norm is that they're very lazy.
Yeah, just don't stand on the edge of the water and then it won't get you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Usually by the time it's out of the water, like it's slowly trudging. It's like, yeah, if you've ever watched Robert Irwin or any one of those guys do a croc show at the Australian Zoo, you know that they'll slowly... Like they have ample time to like move out of the way of the thing as it slowly drags itself onto the land. Yeah, that's it. That's Crocodile Hunter Collision Course. Collision Course, delightful.
Delightful. Okay.
How was Phil Collins involved in Balto?
In Balto?
Does he do the?
You want to know?
We're
gonna get there.
Does he do a song for Balto?
No, he's one of the characters.
Two of the characters?
I think technically two. They've been voiced by the same guy.
Really?
Maybe only one of the two of them, but definitely at least one of the two of them.
Balto.
No, yeah, he's both of them. So anyways, quick notes version for those who don't know Balto. Balto, the movie is based on a real life dog named Balto.
Who's from Alaska.
Yeah, except he was a different kind of dog.
He was not
not a half wolf.
No, he was a husky.
Yeah, I believe he's a husky.
Yeah. Which makes sense. He was a sled dog. That makes sense.
Also, this movie was apparently a financial failure.
Yeah. I don't know if it's
had a budget of 31 million, made 11.
Which is a shame because it's a good movie, but yeah, I think I don't know if it's the last one, but it's certainly one of the last Amblin Entertainment animated movies, which is a shame.
I'd have to look it up, but
because yeah, it's Steven Spielberg. It's the Amblin movie, so it's like We're Back, Fievel, and
Amblimation. That's what we want.
Not the first Fievel. I think they did the second Fievel. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they did Fievel Goes West. They did Fievel Goes West. We're Back. Balto.
Is that it? Only the three?
That's it.
Oh, this is the last one.
That's for the Amblimation anyway.
Because I know that they made a Balto 2, but Balto 2 is not done by Amblin Entertainment.
I don't believe so, no. Or maybe, I don't know.
I know there's at least one more. There might be two more, but there's at least one more of these, and it's not made by Amblin. Again, which is a shame, because Amblin Entertainment is really good. It was good. It was like...
So it's different. Amblimation and Amblin Entertainment are two different things.
Yes.
Amblin Entertainment did Gremlins, Goonies, Back to the Future, and American Tail, the first one.
Oh, okay. Interesting. That I didn't
Land
know.
Before Time, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Jurassic Park, Twister, Men in Black, and The Mask of Zorro.
Amblin Entertainment is Steven Spielberg's production company.
So they did that one, but Amblimation did the...
I didn't realize that they produced a bunch of Don Bluth movies. That's interesting.
Yeah, apparently, anyway.
That I didn't know. Because I know that obviously Fievel Goes West, Don Bluth is not involved in that one. That's the difference there. But yeah, Amblin they also produced like a lot of television as well. So like they did they always joke about it on those shows, but like Steven Spielberg's Amblin, not animation, but I think he's involved in producing like Pinky and the Brain and Animaniacs. And
he is. Yeah.
That's Amblin Animation.
Because that's a whole joke in one of the episodes of Freakazoid.
Is it Freakazoid?
Where yeah, it was Freakazoid, where he's like him and another one of the characters from one of the shows are having an argument over who's Steve's favorite. He's like, "No, I am,
Right.
no, I am," and
Wacko.
then
It's with
Pinky
Wacko.
or Brain, yeah, it was Wacko, right? And then Brain shows up and he's like, "No, Steven clearly appreciates the sophisticated humor of Pinky and the Brain,"
Right, right,
and
right, right.
they all go to him or
But yeah,
whatever.
it's a shame Amblin Animation didn't. I think it's just at a bad time in history, truly, because like yeah, it's trying, it's ripping off Disney in a point where Disney is at an absolute high, and when your alternative in terms of 2D animation is this or Disney, Disney's gonna win every time because Disney is at the top of its game when this came
Yeah,
out, right?
at the time,
Because
definitely.
this is what year did this come out?
90 something, 90, December 22nd, 1995.
Yeah, so this is in a sphere of like Disney's crushing it with Little Mermaid, Aladdin, Lion King,
I mean,
like
this is just a few short years before Tarzan comes out,
before
so
Tarzan, right? And those are all big financial successes. And this is like again,
not.
Amblin Entertainment has its moments of brilliant animation. Like I think We're Back is better than it gets any credit for. This as
Yeah,
well. This has some decent
this
animation.
has some really good animation and it has some really good moments and it has good voices in it.
Yeah, there's times where
But
it's kind of on the
it
cheap side. Amblin has a tendency.
that's kind of the thing is yeah, Amblin movies,
They look
Amblimation movies, I
they're,
should say, feel more
straight
closer to straight to DVD
straight to
than they do
DVD.
theater,
Yes, even though they're not. Like they do incredibly
even though
well
they're
on
not.
DVD. Like these movies look great on old VHS tapes, but like now I just remember the last time I watched Balto, I was like, this is significantly cheaper looking than I remember. Like,
So to get to the voices in it, and we'll answer your question as we go down this list.
is he the Russian
This
goose?
movie, no, um, though you do know who he is too.
Oh, I know the voice
Um,
cast of this. Definitely do.
Kevin Bacon is Balto. Bob
Yes.
Hoskins is the goose.
Really?
Yep.
I do know who Bob Hoskins is.
Bridget Fonda is Jenna. Jim Cummings is the evil-looking Steel, the
Yes.
Alaskan Malamute.
I prefer the
Um,
term antagonist.
and villain. Um, and Phil Collins is Muck and Look, the two polar bears.
Oh, the ones that are like the. Yeah, yeah, the ones
They're
that
the adopted nephew of the
I
goose.
was gonna say they're the ones who think that the goose is. I was gonna say dad, but
This refers to him as Boris's adoptive nephews
God, I don't
and
remember that.
Balto's adoptive cousins.
I don't. I do remember those characters. I don't remember what they sound like enough to. That does sound familiar there.
They're voiced by Phil Collins.
Random. That's not the most random bit of. To me, this still that nothing tops Billy Joel as the dog from Oliver and Company for like. That's weird. Voice
And there's
casting.
not really any other ones worth mentioning. Yeah, it's fine. It's one of those movies where it's like it was okay,
It's
but like
weird. Like I don't remember having. I remember watching this as a child. The weirdest part about it is the live action framing device because you're like they
yeah.
spent money filming that. That's an odd use of the budget. Um.
Well, just getting to the end and having it be like, yeah, this is based on the real Balto,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Because doesn't the movie open with the grandma telling the story at
It
the park?
does with because she's supposed to be one of the characters that lives in the village
Which
where
doesn't make
Balto
any
came.
sense because
No,
that I yeah it would have been well before that happened. But yes, that's a weird thing. Like they would have had to go out, scout a location, shoot it, film it, get a film crew just for like.
yeah. In that instance, for like they probably rented it for like an hour,
No,
if that.
but the thing is, like when you're talking movies, there's a big difference between like hiring on a live action, like having to hire union live action actors to play this role. That is an odd use of that movie's budget. But also
True,
that movie's only an hour, 17 minutes long, so.
but also in 1995 things might have been different.
But it's definitely
Um,
one of those movies where like I would love to see Amblin Animation make a comeback, and like I would love to know who owns the rights to these movies. Like I
Surprised
totally
there's never been a. I'm surprised there's never been a live action Balto.
I can't believe there's never been like an accurate live action Balto
Yeah,
where Balto is not anthropomorphic and it's just an Alaskan
it's
Malamute.
just yeah,
I
yeah.
assume the original Balto. No, husky. Sorry, original Balto was a husky, right?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
But yeah, I'm surprised that you're right. I'm surprised they've
Oh,
never done a faithful adaptation of the Balto story because this movie isn't obviously remotely close. Like there's a bunch
no,
of things that are
not.
wrong that they get wrong, besides the fact that they all talk. I can't remember exactly what
So,
about it was wrong, but there's something about it that's wrong. I just can't remember what.
I mean, there's the fact that he's not the same kind of dog. Probably characters and names are different. There's a lot that I
No,
imagine
no, but
is
I mean
different.
like in terms of the feat itself, there's something involved with the. I can't remember what it was. It was like, oh yeah, this is a loose adaptation of the Balto story, not a one-to-one.
I'm trying to find out. Yeah, he was the Siberian Husky.
It was a Siberian Husky. Yeah, yeah. I mean that just makes sense. It was a
He
sled dog. It makes sense.
led the final leg of the 1925 Great Race of Mercy, which delivered life-saving diphtheria antitoxin to Nome, Alaska, which is the same as the movie.
Diphtheria?
I don't know how to pronounce it.
D.
Diphtheria. Diphtheria?
That's
Diphtheria?
that sure sounds like diphtheria, but I don't know. That's not in front of me.
No, PH would be
No, I
diphtheria.
know. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's pronounced diphtheria. But that might be a
Huh.
different illness I'm thinking of. It's entirely possible I'm thinking of a different illness. Jordan.
So yeah, the general part of the story is accurate, but
Yeah, oh
I'm
yeah, yeah.
sure
That
there are
he. I
differences.
think it's like the amount of time he took, or like the distance, or like it was an impressive feat, but the movie obviously dramatized it. But you're right. I can't believe they've never, not even just a remake of the animated movie, which I can't believe they've never
No,
done.
I more meant like of the
I
actual
thought,
story.
yeah, no, I know that's what you meant, but I was just gonna say, I can't believe they haven't done either.
Yeah,
Like that, you're right. That is quite like in terms of American folk stories. That's definitely one of
a
them.
more famous
One
one.
of the more famous ones. Yeah, yeah, you're right. I can't believe no one's ever attempted to do like yeah, even a straight one where he's just a regular dog. Like I can't
Yeah,
believe no
and
one's
and and the point of view is from the humans or
yeah, yeah,
whatever.
and he's a hero dog, and the movie's about how he's just a regular dog and he's a hero dog. Yeah, you're right. I can't believe they. Oh, speaking of hero dogs, Jordan, is that it?
With Ben Stiller as the human character.
Right? I was gonna say Owen Wilson, but yeah, yeah.
I mean, either or, both
Either
works.
or. Jordan.
That's it for Balto.
Okay, it's time to talk about the most.
That's it. That's it for my have scenes.
It's time to talk about the most upsetting movie I watched this week. Like legit, this movie was legit upsetting. Like really upsetting. Like, Jordan, have you ever heard of a movie called The Adventures of Milo and Otis?
I have.
Have you seen The Adventures of Milo and Otis?
I have not.
You've never seen it. But how is it you've heard of it then if you've never seen it?
I've seen it on Disney Plus as I've scrolled through.
Recently?
Mm,
I think they pulled it
don't
off.
know. Don't know the last time it was, but I definitely did at one point.
They've definitely pulled it off of Disney Plus because it was not on Disney Plus. Um,
It might not have been Disney Plus. It might have been one of the many other streaming services, but it's on
okay.
one of them.
So, what do you know about Milo and Otis,
Got
Jordan?
it's got a picture of there's the pug, I think was one
Yeah,
of them, and the
yeah.
other one was like a grayish kind of cat
Orange cat,
or
but
fluffy orange cat. But
orange
yeah,
cat. What do you know about Milo and Otis, Jordan?
I don't
Not a
nothing
lot.
really.
So
No,
this okay.
other than one of them is named Milo. I think Milo is the cat and Otis is the dog.
It's pretty spot on. It's a pretty good guess. Yes, Milo is the cat. Otis is the dog.
That's what I thought.
So this movie very famously, I thought it was. So you know the phrase "no animals were harmed" in the making of this movie. I'm just gonna pull open the Wikipedia article.
Yeah.
I thought that this was the
I thought that happened after Homeward Bound.
no, this is before Homeward Bound, I believe. But yes, this is before Homeward Bound. I thought this was the movie that was the genesis of that. That was my understanding. To my recollection, it's not. But this movie is very famously known for its animal cruelty allegations.
Oh,
And
that's depressing.
so again, according their allegations, the Tasmanian and Victorian branches of the RSPCA tried to investigate, and the Japanese Humane Society gave its approval. And apparently, this movie has the approval of the American Humane Society. They sent a Japanese producer to determine if any animals had been harmed. Apparently, allegedly, this movie uses intentionally. Hold on. There, yeah. Apparently, it changes the wording of the phrase "no animals were harmed" in the making of this film, to say something to the effect of, I'm trying to see if I can find it here.
Yes.
All animals were treated with respect and ultimately treated properly, but it never says that. It doesn't say that they weren't harmed. So
Ooh.
the plot of this is basically there's a kitten and who's on a farm, and he meets a little pug named Otis, and a bunch of the movie is just their life on the farm. And then at a certain point, Otis or Milo becomes lost, and it becomes homeward bound. And Milo goes on an adventure looking for Otis, or Otis goes on an adventure to find Milo, and it's about them getting back to the farm. That's the general plot of this thing. You're probably wondering, Jordan, why I said this was so upsetting, and where are the animal abuse? So, what the Japanese consider to be animal abuse must be very lax, because sure, all right, no animals maybe died while making this. I find that hard to believe, but like they sure are distressed. Like, particularly cats. There's so many scenes in this movie of cats being abused. Of like, there's one point where like the Milo gets trapped in he gets stuck in a river, and his mom goes in to save him, and they're swimming out of the lake, and these cats look miserable. Like, they look like they're in utter distress. It's awful. Like, this movie basically looks like, and from what I could tell, from the Wikipedia article, it seems like they apparently there's hundreds of hours of B-roll, but it looks like they just filmed animals being animals, and then had a narrator narrate what I can only characterize as Thomas the Tank Engine style narration over top of it. where it's one narrator being like, and then Milo went out to the barn and he discovered that they were actually parrots. And then Milo said,
Then Milo fell in the river.
Pretty much,
you know
yeah.
What?
Yeah, he's British.
I think he deserved it.
He's British and everything. He's like, Milo said to Otis, "Oh, Milo, we're parents now, Milo. Okay, Otis." It's one of those movies.
We're parents now, Milo. Okay, Otis.
But like the animal footage is like, again, I distressing. Like, there's so many times where like there's a bit where how Milo gets lost is he jumps in a basket to try and hide from Otis in a game of hide and seek, and the basket goes shooting down the river, and there's just a bunch of shots of this cat in this basket or box or whatever running down this really like dangerous looking river while you can see the cat meowing in distress. It is awful. Like there's a point where
when did this come out?
1986.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
There's a point where Otis jumps into the river to swim and try to save Milo, but you could tell someone just tossed this pug puppy into the water as it struggles to swim. There's a particularly distressing bit where there's several scenes that involve bears. And they've brought in bears who are very definitely juvenile bears. Like, they're not adult bears. They're not quite baby bears, but they're like not quite fully grown bears. So they look like they're adults, but they're not quite adults. And like, it's clearly playing, but like it takes its paws, complete with claws, and just like swipes the back of the pug and knocks the pug down to the ground. And like I'm watching this and the thing is like oh, he's fighting off this bear, this epic fight or whatever, and I'm just watching this very real bear antagonize this very real pug, and it's upsetting. You're like, this dog is in distress. Like it is
The
not
dog
okay.
doesn't know that it's not real. The dog thinks it is real.
Right. Like there's so many moments like that where there's a moment where like it looks like, okay, yeah, sure, maybe the animal lives, but it's not being treated with respect or properly. There's a bit where once Milo gets lost where he's like sleeping in a tree and a snake comes up and is going after him in the tree, and then the footage, the cat is just like batting full clawed batting this fucking snake with his claws. And I'm horrified because I'm like, that's not safe for the snake. That's not safe for the snake. And then the cat falls out of the tree. Like in the footage, falls out of the tree. And I'm like, holy shit. Like one of the climaxes of this movie is the cat falls off of a waterfall, off of a cliff, and lands into water. And the accusation is that like 3 cats died while doing that stunt. And I'm like, I don't care if cats didn't die. That doesn't look safe for the cat. Like that would be stressful for the cat, even if it did live, which I don't believe that it did. That is stressful for these animals. There's so much. Yeah, exactly.
To say the least.
Yeah, like so much of this footage is dangerous. Like there's a bit early on where like there's a bit where
negligible
where the cat
or negligent rather.
Yeah, there's a bit where the cat and the dog are playing with an egg. Like they're taking care of the egg in the plot of the movie, but like they're playing with it, and like the chicken hatches out of the egg, and the pug presses his paw on the chicken's head, like as hard as it can, and the chicken's head just goes down. Like this is fucked up. This is so fucked up. This is not okay. And so blah blah blah, plot of the movie happens. Otis is trying to find, but eventually he finds Milo, and they're going along and they're making their way back home. They're trying to figure out how to get back home to the farm, and they run into a female cat who Milo instantly falls in love with, and
of course.
And Otis is basically like, who the fuck is this bitch? Sorry, cat, pussy. Who the fuck is this pussy? And so he leaves, and then just out of nowhere, it escalates so quickly because now the female cat is pregnant, and so he leaves and he runs into a female dog who I can't remember what the name is, but she's like, my name is Fran, something to the effect of like, my name is Fran, and he's like, no, I'm Fran because I'm French, and the narrator is like, quite suddenly Otis got it. He's like, oh, this bitch. And then she has puppies. They both end up having, he has kittens. He's like, oh yeah, you have puppies. No, I also have puppies. You can't have puppies. You're a cat. It's like, no, not puppies. Sorry, kittens. And then it ends with them all getting back to the forest. But yeah, this I'm tempted. I'm gonna find an excuse. You need to watch this movie. Like I'm not even lying to you. Like, even compared to some of the more violent movies I've seen, it might be...
I mean, I don't like animal violence. That sounds unpleasant, Justin.
It's just because it needs to be...
That sounds more unpleasant than human violence, and I already don't love human violence.
It needs to be witnessed, Jordan. I need someone else to witness this with me, so that we can come back here and be like, what the fuck? Like I'm not even kidding. It might be one of them. It's supposed to be whimsical, and you're supposed to be like, oh yeah, they're cute. It's a cute puppy. It's a cute cat. But so much bad shit is happening to these animals. You're like, I don't feel good about any of this. This isn't fun. You people did bad shit to animals. You should feel ashamed that you didn't call this animal cruelty, because it was animal cruelty. Yeah. Oh my god. The entire time I'm like, I don't like this. This is the most upsetting movie I watched this week. And I watched a chimpanzee rip a man's face off like it was a Scooby-Doo mask. And this was more upsetting than that. Because at least I could have thought about this, Jordan. I thought about this. I was like, why is it that this is more upsetting, even though it's cute, supposed to be cute, whimsical? You want to know why? Because this bad shit, actually, there's 2 scenes. The second scene, there's a bear, a juvenile bear, that is like playing with this cat. And like I get that like in the moment, like in 1986 you're watching this and you don't think it's animal cruelty, but like my god, here in 2026 it is animal cruelty and it's fucked up. It's fucked up. Again, it's one of the most upsetting movies I've ever seen. I just that's The Adventures of Milo and Otis. Jeez, this is a YouTube video, Jordan. This
Oh boy.
is a YouTube video right
Oh
now.
no. Oh,
Take it away
God.
on end card, Justin. That was The Adventures of Milo and Otis.
Okay.
This is the bottom, Jordan. This is the bottom of the canyon. I'm not saying it goes up from here. I'm just saying this is as low as it's going to get.
That's rock bottom.
It's pretty well rock bottom, yeah. The next two aren't good, but like they're not good for different reasons.
So my next two are my two have not seens.
Also, Jordan,
It's time for them.
just real quick before you move on to that, this is going to be the final thought on it. Were you expecting this to be the most upsetting thing I watched all week?
No.
Would you have said that the cute, whimsical cat and dog movie was the worst thing I watched?
Not for the reasons you said. But I could have seen it being worse, but not for those reasons.
Interesting. That's an interesting. Sorry. I wanted to ask that question because I said earlier, I'm like, you won't expect it.
You know, like there could have been bad plot. There could have been like poorly created characters. Animal cruelty wasn't what I would have guessed.
No. Like if it were an animated movie, it probably would be less awful. Anyway, sorry. Moving on. We gotta move on.
It's
Car
time.
Justin, take it away. That's for the YouTube video later.
It's time
Play.
for. It's time. No, for a walk in the woods.
Is this the one that was depressing?
No, that's the other one. That I've saved.
Oh, is
for
this the one
last.
with Robert Redford, Nick
Yeah,
Nolte?
where he goes on the Appalachian Trail
Right.
with the other old dude, the one that you knew.
Yeah, this was the one that
something
prevented
or
me from
whatever.
calling this episode When Animals Attack, because I'm like, this is really more about experiencing nature on a spiritual level. It's not really about.
I mean, none of mine have been about animals attacking.
That's not true. At least one of them was, wasn't it? Didn't you have an animal attack movie in there somewhere? I'm completely blanking. Now I feel stupid.
I don't think so.
Didn't you have a nature attacks you and fucks you up movie? All my movies. Fair enough. I did all the animal attack movies. Are we rechecking the list?
I mean, it depends on whether or not you consider Jungle Book, where the tiger wants to murder Mowgli.
No.
As an animal attacks movie.
No.
But no, other than that, not really. There's The Gray, where there's the wolves. That I guess counts. With Liam Neeson.
Oh yeah, that's totally an animal attack movie. Yeah,
I guess that counts.
It's not
But
a
other than that, not really.
Other than that, no, not really.
Anyways, a walk in the woods. So two old guys decide that they want to go walk in the woods.
It's two people who It's really funny because you were like, "Oh, this is not really," but like I
It's
like
really-
Nick Nolte and
all the
Robert
movie.
Redford. So like,
I mean, I didn't think this movie was bad. I just thought it was really long.
it's just not. It's not your style of.
Really long.
It looked like it's a really up its own ass pretentious fucking. At least it sure sounded like it's an up its own ass pretentious.
See, no, you're thinking of Into the Wild.
Am I?
That's up its own ass.
Because like
This one-
it sounded like there's a lot of Nick Nolte making broad. You know, he's being Nick Nolte. He says everything with an air of extra dramatization.
I mean, yeah, it's just not as bad as the next one.
Fair. That's completely fair. That's completely fair.
It's like any bad feelings that I had about this one were kind of swept away when I got to the next one.
I like Nick Nolte. It's just he's one of those actors where I like him in almost anything. Like I really
was
like
fine
Warrior.
in this. He was fun. Like it was fun. It was fine. It's a lot of sweeping shots of the environment as they walk through it.
Struck me as a I'm old and I regret my life because my life sucks kind of movies.
Oh, more just like he's
Which, like, I'm
wants
not
to get out and like experience life, I guess. And it's based on a book, as I understand
Is
it.
it? Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, as I understand it.
See, for whatever reason,
This
I
movie,
thought one of these ones was
because
the.
this movie is a biographical comedy drama one.
I,
But yeah, it's based on the 1998 book of the same name by Bill Bryson.
see, I thought it was the one where it was Reese Witherspoon because I'm pretty sure she's in a movie called Into the Woods as well. That's what I thought this was when it was on your list.
And yet it's not.
Not
And yet it's not.
Reese Witherspoon's not is not in it.
No, this is the Robert Redford movie, Justin.
I also like Robert Redford. To be fair, I also like him, but I haven't seen him in enough things. I think you saw him in you watched because you watched All the President's Men, right? I think didn't you? Oh, no, all the you watched the one about fucking the one that was about Watergate. I'm pretty sure that he was in.
Oh, Frost Nixon?
Not Frost.
Was he in Frost Nixon?
No, the one that was about the Watergate. The one that was
That is Watergate.
No,
Frost Nixon.
The one that was about the actual article, where it was the two Woodward and Bernstein, Scratchy Throat, the guys who wrote the article that exposed it. Did you not watch that one? Maybe I did. Maybe I was the one who watched that one.
Anyways,
but yeah, you would more presently know Robert Redford as that guy from Captain America 2.
Sure. This had a budget of 8 million, and it had a box office of 36 million.
Small budgeted movie. Really?
So
that's actually pretty good for the kind of movie it is. Just saying.
I mean, yeah, I would agree. Nick Offerman is also in it.
Yes, he is. Yes, Jordan was like, I let him butter my biscuit, and then he winked at me for some reason. No, sorry. He was like,
I think I said I'd let him pick out my tent.
Yeah, you were like, I let him sell me camping equipment, and then you winked at me. I don't know why you winked at me. I let him sell me camping equipment.
I don't know, because it was funny.
What is that a euphemism for? What is buying camping equipment a euphemism for, Jordan?
Because whenever I see Nick Offerman, I always think of him from Park and Rec, where he's the park recreational guy.
Yeah, Ron Swanson.
Where Ron Swanson, where like he hates.
I'd buy a sensible mortgage with him.
Where he hates people.
It
makes me think of. It makes me think of the. What's his name? What's her name? Aubrey Plaza character. So like in my mind when I'm saying that, it's like I'm saying it about that character, and I'm her.
It's really funny because you've never watched an episode of Parks and Rec.
I've never watched the scene, but I've seen enough clips from TikTok.
I mean, I feel like everyone knows who Ron Swanson is, even if you've never watched an episode of. Is everyone's favorite libertarian?
But it just makes me picture like a scene where it would be Aubrey Plaza's character going like like in that deadpan way that she says things, where she's like where she would be like, I'd let him buy me camping equipment.
I let him sell me camping equipment. That's what made when Nick Offerman showed up on The Last of Us and he was gay. I know it's bad, but I found it funny because it was just I could just picture Ron Swanson just being like, well, because I think when I think Ron Swanson being gay, it just makes me think of Captain Holt. I'm like, if Ron Swanson were gay, he'd be Captain Holt. I love you.
I love you.
I'm a fan of what you bring to this relationship. See, that's a pretty solid Nick Offerman impression.
It's pretty good.
I'm happy with what you bring to this.
I'm happy with what you bring to this situation.
What you brought to this situation.
So yeah, Robert Redford's character and Nick Nolte's character. Robert Redford comes back from Britain or something, I think it is, and he has just gone on an interview in his local area about the recent book that he just wrote, and I guess he's feeling like because he's 60 years old or something. I guess he's feeling some sort of midlife crisis thing. So that's where he reads about this Appalachian Trail, and he's like, oh, I'll go and like
sure
go for
look
a walk.
Like that kind of movie.
Go for a walk in the woods or whatever. And so then the Nick character, the Nick whatever character you said the name was.
Nick Offerman?
Yeah, no, not him. The other one.
Nick
Nolte or whatever.
Nick Nolte.
Him. Nick Nolte. He's like, can I come? And Robert Redford's character is like, sure, but like, you're really old. Are you sure you're going to be like, you're older than me? Are you sure you're going to be able to do this? And he's like, yeah, sure. And I guess they've got history because the one character was like an alcoholic or something.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out when I was watching you watch it. I couldn't figure out what the relationship between Robert Redford and Nick Nolte was. I was like, are they brothers?
Like I think they were
friends,
No, I think they were friends.
like a disaffected friendship relationship kind of deal.
Yeah,
Mm.
I think that's the idea. Um, all I know is that he was a drinker, but he's apparently been sober for a while. But he had Robert Redford discovers that he carries around a flask of like I think it was rum or something. But then they have this whole heart to heart where Nick Nolte's character is like, I carry it around to prove that I don't need it. Or maybe it's in case I need it, in case I like it, in case I have it,
I
in
hate to
case I
tell you,
blah
this
blah
movie
blah blah
sounds
blah.
really cliche.
Oh, it's really
It sounds
cliche.
really because that
So
that's
unbelievably.
such an
And
AA
then and then
cliche. I
and
carry
then
a flask around with me so that way I
and then
fight the
he's like and then
temptation
and
every
then
single day. Fuck off.
and
So
then Nick
pretentious.
Nolte's character is like, "Do you believe that I'll never need a drink again?" And Robert Redfield's character is like, "Yeah, I do." And he pours out the drink, and he's like, "All right, let's go then." Then they hit a point where they see how far they've made it along the trail, and like they haven't even made it halfway. Because if in case to those who don't know, the Appalachian Trail is fucking long.
Of course it is. It's
Um,
very long.
and so basically they get to this point where it's like the signs say don't go past here unless you're like a serious hiker, like really into it. Meanwhile, they're in their like 60s or whatever, right? And they're like, fuck it, we're gonna keep trying to do it. And they try and do it, and then they end up like the cliff falls out and they like slide down the cliff and almost die. And like they spend the entire evening there thinking they're gonna die. And then these two people that they had run into earlier
Oh, is this
who are like
Where
do
Kristen
good.
Shaw comes in?
Uh, I don't know who that is.
Louise,
No, this is long since past that
Oh,
point.
okay. It's
Um,
reverse. Like, hey, that's Louise from Bob's Burgers. I hear.
I've skipped that. I've skipped past that because it wasn't relevant. Um, but two friendly hikers basically are like, "Oh, let us help you," and they rescue them. And Robert Redford and Nick Nolte's characters are basically like, "We're good, right? Like that's enough. We don't want to die doing this."
Let's go home.
And then the Robert Redford character goes home and writes the book that this is based on.
Oh, the book about how they didn't finish the Appalachian Trail, like a bunch of that they didn't finish the Appalachian Trail. I'm kidding. A book about how you
Um,
only get half the job done.
um, so yeah,
So is Robert
the
Redford the main
stars.
character? He's the main character of
Yeah,
this, you would say?
he's the main character. He also produces it.
Ah, so is this because it's interesting. Your description of this makes it sound like it's a buddy road trip movie, but like the visuals of it made it look like it was an up its own ass drama film. So the descriptions of this are interesting.
I mean, can't it
You're
be
gonna say
both?
can't it be both? Yeah, I knew you were gonna say that.
Can't it be both?
I mean, I suppose technically, yeah. Nick Nolte and
Can't
Robert Redford are
can't
not,
it
not
be a can't it be a buddy hiking trip movie where it's also up its own asshole?
I suppose it could. Yeah, I guess that is technically true.
Because that's pretty much exactly what I would say it is.
Oh, okay then. So is that the end
That is the end.
of the world as we know it? And I feel. Joe, let
No,
me.
Justin, of that description of that movie.
Um. Someone's car alarm is
So
going
I
off.
I hear some car alarms going on your end, but not on my end.
Well, that tells me it's behind me then.
Oh no, now when I unplug my earphone, maybe I'm just hearing it from my end.
I can definitely hear it. I don't think that's either. I don't know. It's distracting though. Oh, don't be that person. Don't be the person who lets your car alarm just go off. Um.
Very distracting.
Very distracting. Or was I?
You're sure it's not either of ours, right?
I don't think so. Mine is quite a bit higher.
I just feel like if it was ours, it would also be louder because it'd be closer to me.
I feel like you're right. It feels far away. Anyway, this is very distracting. My ADHD can't handle that. My first have not seen is a movie. So okay, number one thing about again, I know this my theme this week apparently turned out to be animal attack movies. But like another thing about animal attack movies is the more you know about an animal, the more it becomes frustrating of a watching experience. And which is why it's better when it's an animal that doesn't exist or
Or that you don't know.
or it's mutated or like yeah, piranha don't behave that way, but they're prehistoric piranha, so that gives them the excuse, or they're mutated, or they have rabies, or this is Lake Placid. Have you heard of Lake Placid?
No.
No, honestly, kind of surprises me. But basically, it's about a lake, and there's a giant crocodile. The giant crocodile is attacking people, and this is a lake in Maine.
The rain falls
Um,
mainly in Spain.
Very, very strange cast. It's got Brendan Gleeson doing a accent that is Midwestern but also Scottish. Like he's desperately trying to do an American accent, but his Scottish accent is so thick. It's this mangled accent where at one point one of the characters is like, I can't figure you out. Where are you from? It's got oh shit. Bill Pullman is in it, and then who I believe you would know as the dad from Casper. And then it has Oliver Platt, another actor you know, but I can't think of anything you would know him from, but you would know him. And it randomly has a cameo from Mariska Hargitay, the lady from Law and Order SVU.
Oh yeah,
She's randomly
Oliver Platt.
Yeah, Oliver Platt. You know him from something, I just can't think of what. I know him from Chicago Med. That's where I know him from, and other stuff. But I know
you keep talking. I'm gonna look.
I know you know him from something. But anyway,
Bicentennial Man.
yes. We talked to you know him from Bicentennial Man. Yes. Because I knew his name and you didn't. I was like, yeah, Oliver Platt. He's the guy from Chicago MD, Chicago Med.
And Doctor Dolittle.
Oh yes, and he's also in Doctor Dolittle. Yes. He's Dolittle's sidekick. Yes, right. So this movie begins.
Probably other things too.
Those are the two most that. Yeah. So this movie begins where there's a crocodile and it attacks a person. Attacks a person who is, they're diving, and while they're diving for something, he gets attacked, and the tooth gets sent off to a paleontologist at a museum for some reason, whose boss she is also dating, but is also sleeping with Mariska Hargitay, and he used to date Mariska Hargitay before he dated her, and so they send her off to Lake. They call it Black Lake, and then there's a weird line about how they wanted to call it Lake Placid, but they chose to call it Black Lake instead, and they're trying to figure out what this thing is that has dismembered people, and whilst investigating it, they discover that it's a crocodile. But they're like, that's impossible. It can't be a crocodile. This is a freshwater lake in Maine. And then Mad Eye Moody says a line that doesn't make any sense. He says, there can't be a croc in the lake. Crocs can't swim in salt water. Which, A, is
I don't
not
think
true.
That's true.
Because there are saltwater crocs. And B, this is a lake, Mad Eye Moody. It's freshwater.
I didn't even think of that. That's also true.
Now, you're right. A crocodilian, period, couldn't be in a lake in Maine. You know where Maine is, Jordan?
Somewhere down south.
I believe it's in Massachusetts. Hold on, let's find out where Maine is, just real quick, because it's gonna make my point about why. Where is Maine?
I just know that they're famous for lobsters.
I'm pretty sure it's in Boston, New England. Yeah, it's around Boston. So a lake in New England could not contain an alligator, let alone a crocodile, because it's too cold. They would die instantly. Not instantly, but they would die. Like if you Google is like
rapidly.
The only way you'd ever find a crocodile in a lake in Maine is if someone owned a pet crocodile and it escaped. Other than that, it's not going to occur naturally. It's not going to swim from the ocean to this lake. That's impossible. So they eventually, the most of this movie is the croc is barely in it, and when he is in it, it's horrid CGI that looks bad. And the deaths aren't bloody enough or entertaining enough to be memorable. But at a certain point, Oliver Platt shows up as this eccentric millionaire who loves crocodiles on a fanatical and religious level, a spiritual level. he sees crocodiles as being spiritual. It's weird no one ever mentions caimans or alligators in this movie, purely crocodiles. And he wants to find this crocodile so that he may swim with it. And his character is that he just says a bunch of just very incorrect things about crocodiles, like very confidently. Like, remember all the stuff I mentioned that was incorrect about crocodiles earlier? So he's like, yeah, crocodiles don't attack in water.
That's not true.
That's almost exclusively what they do. And then he's like,
that's their primary hunting zone.
That's for exactly. And he's like, yeah. In fact, that's primarily what he does in this movie is attack people in the water. He's like, and crocodiles. And I couldn't tell. I watched some of this twice. I couldn't tell if the point was supposed to be that he knows nothing about crocodiles and he's an idiot.
That he's an idiot.
Yeah,
that would make it better.
Right, but I think he's supposed to. But he's like, and also they love to come on land and attack people. So there's a bit where Mad Eye Moody is like he can't sleep and he hears noises and he goes out to investigate and the guy's like digging holes. He's like, well, you don't want the croc to come here in the middle of the night and attack us. We want to have these holes so that they can get them so they don't attack us. Like that's not how crocodiles work. A crocodile wouldn't sneak into your room in the middle of the night and attack you. They're ambush predators. They don't work that way. Like they're not stalking predators. It's not a fucking tiger or a lion or a panther.
unless they had the line where like, yeah, this is like a prehistoric one or something, or there's something about it that's
croc.
different.
Near as I can tell, it's just a really big croc. Like just a really abnormally big croc. And so then eventually you find out that the part of the reason why the croc... Oh, early on, they meet Betty White.
Like in universe?
No, it's Betty White playing a different. She's playing somebody, but it's Betty White, and she's the bad guy. Spoiler alert: she's the bad guy in this because you find out that she's been feeding them somehow. She's been feeding these crocodiles like fully grown cows, and that's why they've been hanging around. And she's on the side of it. And early on, they go to see her and like, oh, your husband died, but you didn't report it. And she was like, yeah, he was dying or whatever, admit it. So you find out later that, yeah, while trying to deal with the crocodile ate her husband. And she's been feeding it cows. And she's like, yeah, I'm rooting for the croc. I root for the croc. And the croc, it just basically acts like a regular crocodile in terms of what it attacks. The only reason why it's attacking humans is because the humans are its size. And so it gets to the end... And there's a decision of like you find out that the one croc is a female or male, and there's a female croc, and it turns out that it's been breeding, and so they try to decide. They kill the one croc, and they try to decide whether or not to keep the other one alive. They don't want to kill it for whatever reason because they see it as being immoral. So the movie ends with them capturing the crocodile, and it's alive in a truck still. It's still alive, and
sounds like it doesn't really have an ending. It just stops.
There are multiples of sequels to this movie. I think there's 4 sequels to this movie, but there's more than one sequel. And I was like, how? I feel like I'm coming back to this franchise, but I was like, but how? But yeah, it's just a lot of them wandering through the woods and talking, and like, yeah, it's just the action involving the animal itself is just not very interesting. It's not violent enough to be interesting or cartoonish enough to be, or bloody enough, and yeah, it was a lot of me being like, I know it's a creature feature and you're not supposed to think about it, but like I know too much about crocodilians to be able to suspend my disbelief. Like to get through this. Where I'm like, yeah, no, this more than any of these movies, this would never happen. Like at one point Oliver Platt is like, yeah, man, this lake is connected to the ocean. Is it really that unbelievable that it could swim up into this lake? Yeah, it is that unbelievable. That couldn't happen biologically speaking. Like you haven't made the case, unlike piranha, where you made the case that these are prehistoric piranha and they don't behave like modern day piranha. You haven't done that here, and I don't know. It's just not. It's not a good. It's another one of those, like, everyone involved in this movie who is in this movie is too famous for this. Like, this is like a D movie that, like, nobodies are in. Like, it's weird that Brendan Gleeson is in this. It's weird that Bill Pullman is in this. It's one of those. Yeah, not very good. That's not how crocs work. Moving on. 2 more movies.
One more movie for me. How do you have two more?
We have two more.
Oh, got it. Okay, so um, I had to watch this movie twice because I fell asleep the first time, and it wasn't any more exciting the second time. This movie's called Into the Wild, and you want to talk about a movie that has way too many famous people in it that I don't get why they were.
Because sometimes a
Um,
celebrity, like a really loaded celebrity cast, is more distracting. That you're like, what, what are you doing in this? Why are you
so
in
this
this?
movie is basically it's based on a real story, and
Because it makes you go, why'd you
it
spend the money on
follows
this famous person when you could have spent the money on X thing? But anyway, sorry.
it follows it follows the story of the real guy. His name is Christopher McCandless. Um, and he was a guy who he hiked across North America. Um, he left his family behind. He hiked across North America, and he died in the wild
Oh,
alone.
spoiler alert.
Um, but so some of the cast that I'm just gonna quickly mention. Um, I'm gonna mention the ones that I know that are famous.
Who's the lead?
Who I'm the lead is Emil Hirsch.
Oh, this is Emil Hirsch. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. What year did this come out?
This came out.
What has Emil Hirsch done anything recently?
This came out September 21st, 2007.
Oh, okay. So this is like he is because Emil Hirsch is very strange. He went through this weird career where he did a bunch of things like within the span of like 5 6 years. Like he did The Girl Next Door, Speed Racer, and he was looking like he was gonna be a thing. He did Alpha Dog. That was his like I'm an actor, and then he
He
just
did
did
Speed Racer.
yeah he did Speed Racer. But then after that, he hasn't really. I don't think he's really done much. Let's find out. While you keep talking, I'm gonna find
The
out.
last thing that he did
Hold on, I'm googling it.
was in 2026. He did Woozy and
Okay,
Lice.
I guess he has but he hasn't really done anything like these are all kind of small looking movies. But he hasn't really done anything really
Oh, he's
massive.
Jim Lake Jr. Oh, interesting. That might be why I recognize his voice. He's from the Troll Hunters show. He's the main character.
Yeah, he took over for Anton Yelchin,
Yeah,
which is interesting.
interesting.
That is interesting because both him and Anton Yelchin were in Alpha Dog together.
I just the entire time I was watching the movie with him in this, I was like, he looks familiar for some reason, and I
Oh, so
can't
he did
place him.
this. Yeah, I see. So this isn't a run. He did a bunch of like. So obviously his big kind of breakout role is we talked about it, the girl next door. And then after this, he does Lords of Dogtown. Yeah, Alpha Dog, which was like his big like. And so this was clearly his big like. Yeah, nominated for a bunch of Critics' Choice
So,
Awards. Like this is the like I'm gonna be an Oscar-winning actor movie. That's what this is.
so the three people who, and one of them I didn't even realize was in it. But the three names that like I'm like, what are you doing in this movie? Are Kristen Stewart, Vince Vaughn, and Zach Galifianakis.
Okay, Zach Galifianakis. Okay, Zach Galifianakis is
2007.
the one I'm like. This is odd for Zach because this is a serious movie, right? It sounded like it was a serious movie.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the oddest one. Kristen Stewart, to her defense, post because this is definitely post or is this post Twilight or is this mid Twilight?
I think this is mid
Is this
Twilight.
mid
This is
Twilight?
2000. What did I say? 2007?
2007. So this might be mid Twilight. Let's find out.
Yeah, 2007.
What year did Twilight come out? This might be pre Twilight. This is pre Twilight. This is before
Okay,
Twilight.
well then that explains it then for Kristen Stewart.
But well, she the thing about Kristen Stewart that a lot of people don't really realize is she's kind of an indie darling. So like She went through her and Robert Pattinson, but particularly her. She has a huge indie run where she's done a bunch of indie movies where she's a good actress. Like that, she doesn't get enough credit.
She's supposed to be 16 in this
Yeah, this
one.
would have been around the time. This would have been like Zathura, Kristen Stewart. Remember when she did
In
Zathura?
Yes, yes, I do. In what I would say for this movie was kind of an
but
uncomfortable
also,
scene.
but also, this is in terms of Zach Galifianakis. This is pre-Hangover, so he hasn't really established
Pretty sure
himself
this
as
isn't this post Hangover?
Hangover's 2010,
Are you sure? The first one?
reasonably, either 2010 or 2009. But yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is definitely before Hangover.
2009.
Yeah.
So this is 2 years before
Yeah.
that.
So I don't. He hasn't really because yeah, you're right. Zach Galifianakis goes through that period in his career where he's Alan from The Hangover. This is before
No, if
he's
this is before that, I guess I'm putting this later than I kind of thought.
yeah. This is kind of before. But Zach Galifianakis, he has a couple like he did a I want to watch it because I hear it's good. But he did a really good dramatic movie where he's a mental patient in a mental hospital. That's quite
Oh
good.
yeah.
So, but comedians are always good at drama, so that doesn't surprise me that he's in this. But what's his role? Is it a comedic role? Like, is he like?
I didn't realize he was. That's the thing.
Oh,
I watched this movie twice and I didn't realize that he was in it.
oh, so he must be like a not young.
I
But like,
recognized Vince Vaughn immediately.
yeah,
I recognized Kristen Stewart immediately. I
must not.
didn't realize.
He must not have a beard. Did he have a beard?
I don't know. I don't know what character. I don't know,
You
Justin.
must not have a beard then. That must be why you don't
Like
recognize him.
the thing with this movie is, and this is kind of a problem that I have with movies like this, is it jumps around. So like
Oh
it
yeah,
starts you near the end basically. And then it does the this is where we came from kind of thing,
yeah. It's one of
and
those
then
ones where
goes through the
like
events that leads you up to it's kind of I guess the best way to put it is um it pulls a Better Call Saul,
yeah.
where like it'll cut between the different moments in his
But
life.
the characters in the movie don't age enough or look different enough for you to be able to track time.
Kind of. I mean, the main character
That happens
does
to me a
only
lot.
insofar of the fact of by the end of it, I'm gonna spoil the shit out of this movie. I'm sorry for anyone who wants to watch Into the Wild. So there's a point in the movie where we kind of catch up with where he was at the beginning of the movie, which
Dying in the
is
middle of the woods.
he has found it. He has basically he crossed the river in the fall because it was the spring, and then he finds like this abandoned old like vintage city bus, which he turns into a home, which is that's where like the last hour or last bit of it, when you kept talking and I was like, Justin, you're talking through this really like important, impactful moment where they have the music and he's carrying the shower and he's setting up the home. That's what he was doing there.
Sorry.
Is he's turning
I need you to my microphone. I need you to say the beginning part of what you said there. Sorry.
um there's a point basically where it catches up, the past catches up with the present, and so we see him find the bus, which is what we find, like that's where we start in the beginning of the movie, and then that's the point that you kept talking over when I was like, Justin, you're ruining this really impactful moment in the movie because you keep talking.
Gotcha.
um and like that's where like he was cutting the holes in the plastic bag to make himself a shower, and like doing like various things, and so then he's trying to survive basically in the wild, on his own, but like he's quickly finding out that life is kind of harder than he had expected it to be, so he uses a gun, and he shoots a I think it was a deer or a buffalo or something, but he doesn't have any means of making the food, what's the term, drying it out, salting it, whatever it is, like
Um.
making it where it won't go bad.
I know what you're talking about. I can't think of the word.
Preserving, that's the word I'm
Preserving.
looking
There.
for.
Yeah.
Preserving. He doesn't have any way of preserving the meat, so it rapidly goes bad. And then in another scene we see him and he's looking at the different plants, he's trying to find one which is safe to eat.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, am I boring you?
No. You gotta comment on the thing. No, I'm listening.
And so he finds a plant which he thinks is good to eat, and he eats it, and it poisons him. Um,
Um,
and so then he's getting rapidly sicker and sicker, and he then is like he makes a realization that like true happiness doesn't exist without people. And so he wants to go back to his family. He wants to return, and he goes to cross the river that he came over to get to where like to where he is. And because the time of year has passed, basically winter has passed already, and so the river is now higher because all the snow and ice melted. So he's trapped, dying, slowly wasting away.
that
So you say, does he look like different in the beginning? Yes, he does,
that
because you can
sounds
see his ribs.
that does sound upsetting.
It was upsetting and it was unpleasant as I slowly watch him waste away, and the movie ends with him dying, and with the little subtext over top being his body and his writings were discovered 2 days later by hunters.
Oh,
And I'm like,
that's
that's
upsetting.
fucking depressing. He wanted to go home to his family, and if he had lasted 2 days more, maybe he would have.
That that's upsetting.
It's sad.
It's a real bummer.
And so then his sister takes his worldly belongings and stuff to Alaska. Is how this story ends. Um, it had a budget of 20 million. It had a box office of 56.8 million.
Oh, it did okay.
Into the Wild.
It also won a shit ton
I
of awards.
yeah, sure.
Bunch of
Um,
Critics' Choice Awards, which means it must be good.
I did not much care for this, although it had some boobs in it, and I did enjoy that.
I mean, who doesn't like some boobs?
It's hard not to enjoy some boobs.
That's why I like that Piranha movie. There's boobs,
Boobs.
quite a lot of boobs.
No such thing as a bad boob. I believe this much is true.
It's true. For a big fat man, I'm a titty fan.
And I'd love to see yours too.
So
Anyways, that's Into the Wild. It was a movie
it was
by the
in.
strict. Oh yeah, the important thing to mention is this takes place in the 1990s. So everything technological wise.
So he doesn't have a
So
cell
like
phone.
that's why he doesn't have a cell phone to call and tell people where he is.
That makes sense. Always tell people where you're going.
Never hike alone.
Ever hike alone, and if you do hike
Oh,
alone,
that's another big point in the previous one that I talked about as well. Is originally he wanted to go hike on his own, and then his wife starts giving him all the information on the Appalachian Trail and people that die on it every year. And her one rule was basically like you're not doing this alone,
yeah, that's fair. Wait, so
which is why Nick Nolte goes with him.
so like, wait, so was he also on the Appalachian Trail in this?
No. I'm referring back to the previous movie I talked about.
Okay. I was gonna be like, wow, that's a weird
Because
coincidence.
I was like, that was the thing that I forgot to mention. No. This one he's walking. He starts off, I think, in like the lower parts of North America, and then he slowly, between a mix of walking, hitchhiking, and everything else, is making his way to Alaska. But I believe he never technically makes it to Alaska without dying, which is why his sister takes his dust and stuff to Alaska
You mean his
because that's
ashes?
where. Well, no, also like his personal belongings.
I see. I see.
Like he had like a diary and he had a bunch of other stuff that he was found with that she
Gotcha.
takes to Alaska
To Alaska with her. Gotcha. That makes sense.
because that's where he wanted to be.
That makes sense. That.
That's Into the Wild. It was a movie. It was, in my opinion, probably the most. No, that's not true. It's not the worst one. The worst one is the Liam Neeson Wolf one. That one's the worst one.
That I've heard. Yeah, I've heard that movie's bad. You
But
know. You know.
this is a close second.
I
Mostly
think.
because honestly, most of it's boring.
I think with the Liam Neeson one, I think part of the appeal or part of the reason why, because you're not the first person to say that movie's bad. I think part of what why people thought, because like at the time Taken was really popular, and so people were expecting Taken but with wolves, and it's just not that.
Oh, I mean, my thing is like I don't mind like a slow survival story where they're trying to survive, but if what's killing them is going to be wolves, the wolves need to be clearer.
Right? It needs to be easier to
Like
see.
I can't see the wolves, then that's a bad movie when the movie is
Uh,
about the wolves. This movie, A, did not pass the phone test, and B, was too long. It was an hour and 48 minutes. It was too long.
that's for none of my. I could say that none of my movies were too long. I mean,
Too long.
other than maybe debatably Milo and Otis, and that's only because animal cruelty.
Animal cruelty.
That's too long. It's too much animal cruelty. But Jordan, you ready for the final movie of the week? Jordan, give me the final movie of the week song. No, no, okay, again, that's just the final countdown. You're just doing the final countdown.
Yeah, but it's the final countdown, so it works.
We don't have the rights to the final countdown.
All right. Da 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 da.
I don't recognize that, but I'm sure you're ripping something off.
No. No, it's inspired.
I don't
It's
specifically
inspired.
recognize that.
It's inspired by.
But I know
something.
you've stolen it from somewhere. So this last movie, Jordan, is also about a giant animal that attacks. I know you're surprised. This is Anaconda.
Anaconda ain't gotten back.
I only watched this because I kept seeing trailers for that fucking Jack Black Paul Rudd one, and I think Virus said it was good, but every other review I've seen said it was bad. So like I've heard it's bad.
The original or the remake?
The remake. I kept seeing the trailers for the remake, and I was like, well, if I can't watch the remake until I watch the original.
I mean, you could.
But it wouldn't have the same impact. And it's not really a remake. The new one is about
it might.
The new one is about them remaking the original Anaconda. That's what the new one's about. Which it's kind of funny because this is also about going to the Amazon and making a movie. That's what's kind of funny about it. So instead of them making Anaconda, this is about a documentary crew that is going into the Amazon to find a hidden tribe of people. And again, you want to talk about people who are too famous to be in this movie. The cast of this movie is Owen Wilson is in it. It's got Jon Voight. It's got Jennifer Lopez is the lead. And then
Jennifer Lopez.
Jennifer Lopez is the lead. Ice Cube is her love interest. And was that it? I think that might have been it. Oh, Eric Stoltz is one of the characters as well. And while they're going to try to find these people, they run into Jon Voight. How do you describe Jon Voight? Jon Voight, who is basically doing Scarface. Like,
Could have been a contender.
No, that's I'm pretty sure that's Raging Bull. Scarface's accent, like that kind of Mexican accent, that kind of Cuban.
Are you talking to me? Talking? Well, I'm the only one here, so I must be the one you're talking to.
I mean, that's again a completely different movie. That's Taxi Driver you're quoting. It's like
no. I guess I don't know Scarface.
Say hello to my little friend. That one.
Oh, that's Scarface. I would have got there eventually.
But that really.
I would have blazed through dozens of totally incorrect movie quotes, but I would have got there eventually.
Like that really cliched stereotype Cuban accent. Hello, man.
I'm picturing with the t-shirt apart or the button-up shirt apart while he's got the Tommy gun and or whatever.
Yeah, that's Scarface. Yeah.
Okay, so I was right all along.
But yeah, it's that
every single thing I said was actually correct.
It's that stereotypical "Hello, man, I'm from Cuba." That stereotypical.
Oh, I'm from Cuba, eh?
Yeah, he's doing and it's particularly egregious because obviously Jon Voight is very white, but he's doing this really. Jon Voight is the worst in this. Yeah, basically they run into Jon Voight, who is stranded, and you know who Jon Voight is, right? By name.
I mean, I know the movie scene that he's in, so I can picture him.
No, I mean, the actor Jon Voight. He's in Holes. He's in National Treasure. He's the dad from it.
Was he Pendansky?
No, he's Sir.
Sir. Oh yeah. He's in Transformers.
Yes, he's also in Transformers. He's in this. He's got a horrible stereotyped Hispanic accent and this greasy...
Yeah, that completely retextualizes everything you've said. Now it's offensive.
Right. He's got this greasy fucking ponytail, but he's also got a massive bald spot. And like, he comes in and he says that he can help them find this tribe. And he's just like, so much of this movie is just him standing off center, like creepily with this like really creepy smile, just standing off in the day. Like bad shit happens, and then he just stands there really creepily and really suspiciously. Like, dude, it's very obvious that he did this. Like at one point, this guy gets he goes underwater and he somehow winds up with a wasp in his throat that gives him like that makes his throat swell up, even though he was just underwater. You're like, clearly John Voight did it. He's suspicious as fuck. He's just standing there with a creepy smile, looking weird and creepy. It's definitely John Voight. And
no, don't be crazy. Don't be offensive. No.
Under the guy, he wants to capture this gigantic anaconda. Like, I can't remember. The Wikipedia article said it was like 40 feet or 25 feet long, anaconda. And he needs help to do so. And he was working with the captain of the ship that they're on and some other poacher. And so he tricks them and Owen Wilson by convincing Owen Wilson that they'll make a bunch of money by recording him capturing this gigantic anaconda, which, like, granted, they would. But he convinces them to go to, I guess the idea is, like, he goes to a particular part of the river that's been blocked off by another tribe, that not the one they're looking for, but another one. And so they go into the section of the river where this big fucking snake is. And the big snake starts attacking them. And I will give this movie credit. It's bad. Don't get me wrong. It's a bad creature feature film that you're like, Jennifer Lopez, you're too famous to be in this movie. What are you doing? John Voight, you're too famous to be offensive in this movie. What are you doing? But,
Jennifer Lopez.
But like the kills are actually kind of good. Like it's not a great looking snake. Don't get me wrong. But the snake is at least a real snake. Like there are points where it cuts and it's bad CGI, but like they actually have a physical snake that's like strangling people, and like the way it strangles and kills the people, it behaves for a giant snake. Yeah, you're like, yeah, a snake would eat a human if it were big enough. Like it does say a very inaccurate thing at the beginning where it's like pythons like to in text it says pythons will eat things and then spit it up while it's still alive and then re-swallow it. And I'm like, no. I
don't think that's true.
That's not remotely true. That's not how snakes work.
I'm pretty sure once it goes down their gullet, they ain't letting it go.
No, they will. I googled this just to be sure, but they will spit up. The thing that will make a snake spit up is if it has eaten something it can't. Like if it tries to eat.
Well, sure.
Snakes are stupid. They'll eat whatever's in front of them. So like they'll spit up. No, they're not spitting it up for fun though. That's
no, yeah. Like they're not gonna spit it up, and like if it's a thing that they can eat,
yeah,
they're not gonna spit it up just so they can then do the effort of swallowing.
Yeah, it's too much energy for them to eat it, for them to spit it up and re-eat it. Like they will spit it up if they're in danger or they're scared, they'll spit it up to a getaway.
Yeah, I mean any creature, most creatures will throw up if something's not good for it.
No, but I mean like they'll like if they're in danger, they will eject it from their stomach. Like not like
that's what I just said.
Yeah. Or if they can't, or if it's too physically much, then they will. But no, they're not spitting it up for fun.
No, we're saying the same thing.
But like they theoretically, if a snake was big enough, would eat a human. Like if it could get you in its mouth and swallow you. But typically, apparently, there are snakes in nature that are big enough to eat humans. But what prevents them from eating us is our shoulders are too wide for them to swallow.
That makes sense,
right? I was like, that makes sense. But the action of the snake killing people is better than Lake Placid. Like it's not all CGI; it's actually practically done. So like at least that looks a little gnarly. We're like, this looks kind of gnarly. They also made a shit ton of sequels to this for some reason, and hilariously enough, I learned at the end. What are we doing?
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
I learned at the end. There's apparently a Lake Placid and Anaconda crossover.
All right then.
Where the big snake fights the big alligator. Apparently, it's the 4th movie in each of the franchises. So this franchise is well enough that not only did they make 4 movies, but they did a crossover. Apparently, people were wondering, they wanted to see the alligator from Lake Placid and the snake from Anaconda fight each other, I guess.
I guess.
Yeah, this is bad. John Voight, honestly.
But at least yours sounds like fun bad. At least yours doesn't end up with your main character dead.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. It is schlock. It is camp. It is campy as fuck. The only thing that precludes this from, like, I think it's better than Lake Placid. I just thought Lake Placid would kind of dull, but like this is probably worse because John Voight is horrid in this. It's like I don't know what he was thinking. Like this character didn't need to be Hispanic. It could have been white. Like you didn't need to do this really bad hackneyed Hispanic Cuban accent, John Voight. What are you doing?
Yeah, but Justin, he wanted to.
I mean, yeah, I guess. So yeah, now I guess I can watch the remake because now I've seen the original. I guess this is the end of this. That's Anaconda. I can't think of anything else about this. It has a happy ending. They find the tribe they're looking for, and they end up making the documentary they wanted the whole time. I mean, half the friends are dead, but like whatever. Who cares? The only ones who live are Eric Stoltz and Jennifer Lopez. Oh, and sorry, and I apologize, and Ice Cube. They all live. For
so the famous ones, the ones that matter.
It was hard to tell though because this came out in the 90s, I think. So like I couldn't tell if it was a case of like this is before they got famous kind of dealios, and like maybe I'm wrong, maybe they aren't too famous, but so many of the people in this movie I was like, you're too famous for this. What are you doing in this B movie?
Yeah, it might be before they were at the height of their fame, while they were mid-fame.
Maybe. Who's to say? Jordan, next week.
You're the researcher. You're to say.
I'm to say. Next week, I want to do. I keep talking about this. I keep wanting to do it. I want to do Pick a Director. We're gonna do Pick a Director. We're gonna do Pick a Director 3. I've already selected my director, Quentin Tarantino. Jordan hasn't decided his yet. Maybe he has. I don't know. Have you?
I have a few ideas.
He's got ideas. He doesn't know for sure yet. But that's.
So I don't like to commit to anything until it's midweek.
That is true.
That's not true. Tomorrow is usually when I figure it out.
That is fair. That's fair. Jordan, that's the end of the show. We did it. We got through nature and stuff. We survived all of the attacking animals, the chimpanzee and the piranha and the sharks.
Like only like one of my animals was attacking. I don't know why you keep saying we. You're lumping us in as if we both did this.
Yeah, we survived together because these were attack animal movies. And we're a group.
I mean, for me, it was more we survived the cruel, unyielding event that is living in nature, except for that one time when we died.
Yeah, we didn't live through the random effects of nature. That is true.
That one time we didn't. The rest of the times we did.
The rest of the time we did. Yeah, that's true. The rest of the time we did. We're probably going to come back to this. Like I say, there's a very detailed list of animal attack movies that I can tackle that I think I will. One day. But Jordan, in the meantime, where can the people find you?
I do Minecraft Mondays on my Twitch, ZethGore187. And when I'm not doing that, I speak here with you on the weekend, on Sunday usually. And we talk about movies, usually around a theme.
Sometimes I be here. Sometimes I'm on TikTok. Sometimes I'm not on TikTok at Justin Spurr. The show's on TikTok, Spur of the Moment P. You can join. There's a Patreon. There's all kinds of links you can click. There's a Discord. Nobody uses Discord anymore. You can go join there. You do all kinds of things by clicking links in descriptions. If you want to see, well, it's gonna pop up at any moment if it already hasn't. But if you want to see last week, what did we do last week, Jordan? We did Cars. It was Cars. We did Cars. Last week was Cars. We want to see stuff related to Cars. You can click the box on the left. Just want to see a random video that YouTube thinks you're going to enjoy. Click the box on the right. You should hit subscribe. We put new videos out every single day, 7 days a week. And when we get to 500, we'll do something gross on camera. Eat something gross on camera for you. And if you get our watch time up to 3,000, then 2,000.
Justin will sell his baby.
I will eat a habanero pepper on stream. But you have to get us to be able to join the partner program. Once we join the partner program, then I will eat the habanero pepper. That's the deal.
And he'll cut off his foot.
But that only happens if you subscribe. Click on the pepper bit, not the cutting off the foot. Click on one of those boxes. Hit subscribe. Hit the bell so you get notified whenever we're live, because we be live once a week, and whenever a new video goes out. There's embarrassment of riches this week. Be prepared for Monday when that Milo and Otis video comes out, and I find clips of all the upsetting shit that happened in that movie. that you all can
And subject the world to it.
I'm absolutely going to subject the world to that upsetting movie. But that's next week is pick a director, Quentin Tarantino. We'll see you next week. Bye.
Bye.